Prego. Autorità.
Authorities, dear colleagues, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to the Senate of the Republic for the 52nd Plenary COSAC Assembly, which marks the end of the program of the parliamentary dimension of the Italian semester of the European Union, a complex period with when the economic crisis became more acute, and also first renewal of European institutions since the entry into force of the Treaty of Lisbon. Conference of bodies who are specialized in EU affairs is the only body for parliamentary cooperation which is specifically envisaged by the treaties. It is the oldest and the most solid, and has been with us 25 years. The developments in the conference, particularly after the entry into force of the Lisbon Treaty, makes it the most appropriate forum for a discussion of broad European themes and the role of parliaments in the process of integration. I trust that in consideration of the scope of the program, the quality of the speakers, and the crucial nature of the political institutional period we're experiencing, this meeting will contribute with an open and a focused debate to solving the issues which are important for us and for European citizens. I believe that the discussion, which will be held in the first session on the future of supranational democracy, is crucial at 5 years from the entry into force of the Lisbon Treaty and the role of parliamentary institutions in the process of integration. Political dialogue between the parliaments of member states and the Commission, and the intense supervisory activity on the principle of subsidiarity in legislative proposals on the part of the community have been very important experiences which need to be further consolidated, and these have strengthened European awareness in our parliaments. Many proposals from the discussions of the last 2 years would deserve further focus. First of all, that which asks for greater and more focused participation on the part of the Parliament in the various processes of consultation launched through communications, white papers, and green papers. The Italian Parliament has always wished to promote a constructive interpretation of the new procedures of scrutiny on the principles of subsidiarity and proportionality as tools, as instruments which should not simply be brakes or obstacles to the European decision-making process, but should contribute to ensuring a greater quality of laws and regulations in the interests of citizens, and more in general, as envisaged by the Treaty, a better functioning of the Union. The review process of the 2020 strategy, which will be dealt with in the second session with regard to growth, employment, and competitiveness, was at the heart of the action of the Italian presidency of the Council of the Union. I believe, and this is something which I often say, that our strategic capability of providing answers to European citizens who are concerned, confused, and sometimes disappointed, our common destiny will depend. The European Council in December, the final act of the Italian semester, will be called upon to take important decisions. First of all, the approval of the Juncker plan, and we hope that this will be a sign of political maturity of the Union, which, in emphasizing financial discipline, has looked almost exclusively to the present and the short term without any strategic orientation towards a broad economic policy directed to the expansion of productive capacity. Of course, there are various aspects to be examined in the Juncker plan, starting from the actual impact it will be able to have. But I think it is important that Europe has truly invested too little, and that this is the way to exit the crisis. I hope that the Commission's indication, which would seem to intend to consider contributions to the European Fund as neutral in respect to the Stability and Growth Pact will open the way to a debate which we've been asking for a long time on the difference between current public expenditure and capital public expenditure, and that not considering public investments in the GDP deficit ratio does not contradict a robust and rigorous budgetary policy. With regard to Europe's external role, I think it's necessary to start from a clear awareness that the Union has not yet expressed the political, human, and economic potential which accrues to us from our size, our history, and our duties towards the international community in the two areas of our neighborhood policy, the Greater Mediterranean and the eastern borders. We should be able to respond with pragmatic, strategic political processes, taking our interests into account, but going beyond the age of standing back and waiting for developments and providing force and support to the political action of the new High Representative in every area. And if we do not do this, the price to pay should be to be condemned to geopolitical irrelevance. Dear colleagues, either the European Union changes or it will not truly exist. And for us, who believe fully in the great European dream, who do not want to celebrate empty formal rituals, but to contribute actively to the political decisions of the Union and our governments, interpreting the demands which are now being voiced clearly by citizens. We need to pursue greater efficiency and democracy and decision-making processes, promoting growth and work, and giving a more authoritative voice to the European Union in the world. Together we want to restore a shared identity to the European design, a true and common and deep soul, which makes us feel part of a grand, plural and cohesive community. Together we wish to change Europe. I wish you the best of success in your work, and thank you for your attention. And with this, I hand over the floor for the continuation of the meeting to Vanino Chiti, Chairman of the Senate EU Policies Committee. Thank you all.
Cari colleghi, buongiorno.
Good morning, dear colleagues. On my part, too, it's a great pleasure to welcome you to Rome on behalf of the EU Policy Committee of the Senate. I'd also like to thank Pietro Grasso, President of the Senate, for having greeted us at the opening of our work. The Italian presidency of the Council of the European Union began in July and has moved in an atmosphere which is not without concerns. Europe is experiencing a period of great economic, political, and social pressure, and a delicate issue has opened up to the east in our relations with the Russian Federative Republic. It is not possible to accept that the boundaries of states be changed unilaterally with force, or that the decisions of peoples be distorted. It's a duty of all not to infringe these rules. On the southern front of the Mediterranean, there are also storms, civil wars in Libya and Syria, the Israelo-Palestinian conflict, the spread of a terrorism which offends Islamic religion by using it for bloody and barbarian pursuits. The weak role and the effective absence of Europe from these critical scenarios shows us that we can't have 28 defense and foreign policies. In the 21st century, we need a European Union which can speak with a single voice in the global scenario. Cooperation between national parliaments and European institutions, and this very assembly of COSAC, should serve to consolidate the efficiency of representative democracy, bring citizens closer to the Union, restore trust enthusiasm and conviction in its future. It's not just a catchphrase to say that we want more Europe, but also a different Europe. The challenges of the economic crisis, which is still ongoing and which has caused 25 million unemployed inside the Union, have progressively brought our states together. There can be no recovery without growth and without ensuring the possibility of employment. The Stability Pact also has the words "and growth" in its name. Separating these two goals has generated a lack of confidence among our citizens. The procedures of the European semester and on macroeconomic imbalances has led to legal instruments which have led to a substantial centralization of the major economic policy decisions. These instruments, however, have implemented policies which are neither effective nor fair, in our opinion. Before our eyes, we have the alarming youth unemployment rate. Jobs should be our first pursuit, at least in our opinions. Economic crisis and challenges to democracy are closely linked. This is a challenge which we need to face in our COSAC proceedings. It was also center stage in the concerns of the Italian presidency. There have been some new signs, some of which are very significant, but we need to expand them. President Juncker's plan to invest 350 billion euros comprising public and private investment should be a starting point, not the end of a European New Deal. We need to use these resources properly, implement projects soon, and find the requisite funds to start growth again, so as to restore confidence to citizens. If states are called to undertake difficult measures to restore balances in their finance, a Europe which is characterized by solidarity should invest more with its own resources to support important resources. The investment plan is an important step in the right direction. The project to strengthen the European Union as a supranational democracy should also continue. We need to go beyond the intergovernmental method on competencies which are already European, foreign policy, security, climate change, and guidelines for major economic choices. The functions should be attributed to Commission, Council, and European Parliament. And we need cooperation, dialogue with national parliaments, developing the experience of COSAC, the FSSP, and CSDP, and the meetings of budget commissions as envisaged by Article 13 of the Fiscal Compact. Giving you some examples, considering the policies, European Union policy committees, the European Commission should not simply announce measures, but also give grounded reasons, and it's important for the European Parliament to examine the substantial opinions on measures which come from national parliaments. National parliaments should, when a certain number of them ask for it, present their own proposals on their own initiative, on which European Parliament and Commission are called to express their opinions. And it's necessary that COSAC continues to be able to have a directing role, indicating to national parliaments substantial issues of common interest. These are small steps, certainly, but concrete ones which we can agree with, even with those who do not agree with me on the prospect, which I feel to be important, of a true supranational democracy, United States of Europe, and enhanced forms of cooperation, the need for a single electoral law to elect Euro MPs at the next elections, and also a process which needs to be consolidated in the choice on the part of the European Parliament of the President of the Commission, which should be indicated by political groups and to the citizens of the Union at the elections. We are at a crossroads. The European Union, which arose from the destruction of war and centuries-old enmities, has brought peace, well-being, and the respect of human rights. In front of us, we have the union which we might have, which it is up to us to decide on. But we need to start from foreign and security policies. If we don't take these steps, we run the risk of losing the spirit of our founding fathers and waste the results we've already achieved in European integration in the 21st century. Driven by competition between global areas, by economic and political giants, challenges cannot be faced only by European nation states. In 2030, which is close to us as a date, none of our countries, not even the strongest ones, will be main actors on the world stage or part of the G8. And I would like to conclude with a quote from the document for a free and united Europe, known as the Ventottene Manifesto, written by Altiero Spinelli, Ernesto Rossi, and Eugenio Colorni, Italians who had been imprisoned by the fascist dictatorship. In this manifesto, it was written that, I quote, "The problem that, first of all, needs to be solved, and without which any progress is only apparent, is the definitive abolition of the division of Europe into sovereign national states, which are often enemies to each other and constantly in competition. That past of enmity and competition should become a distant past, should not represent our future or our present. This is the commitment which, in our opinion, should drive us in these 2 days of work." Thank you for your attention.
Signori Presidenti,
Presidents, dear colleagues, I too, on behalf of the Political Committee of the European Union of the Chamber of Deputies, wish to welcome you here in Rome. Today's conference is particularly significant because it brings to a close the meetings among committees envisaged in the parliamentary dimension of the Italian presidency. And so it's an opportunity to take stock of the interparliamentary activity which has been carried out during the semester. Our primary goal within the presidency was to avoid COSAC and other interparliamentary meetings to boil down to yet another self-referential debate on the marginal role of Parliament in the process of integration, which is often topped up by vacuous claims of new or more extensive powers to block the action of European institutions or renationalize common policies. Our citizens, particularly in this phase of crisis, are much more interested in our assemblies focusing on real issues. Our citizens aren't interested whether our assemblies can control the respect of subsidiarity or the exercise of powers delegated to the European Commission. What they're asking us to do is to strive to relaunch growth and employment, reduce poverty, and to remedy the dramatic social impact of the crisis, to eliminate unacceptable gaps of development between the territories of the Union, to manage effectively and on the basis of solidarity migratory flows, reduce the cost of energy, and guarantee effective protection against the threats of terrorism and supranational crime. In this scenario, the strength of national parliaments cannot be measured, as is often done, dear colleagues, on the basis of their ability to reach the yellow card threshold, to adopt a high number of reasoned opinions, or more in general, to defend national competences. Our assemblies, as representative institutions, can be decisive in European decision-making processes only if they contribute to measures which concretely correspond to the expectations of European citizens. Interparliamentary cooperation, and therefore COSAC, has a meaning if it enhances the capacity of each of our assemblies to work to provide adequate political response to issues at the European and national level. And this requires a complementary approach based on mutual trust between the European Parliament and national parliaments instead of a vacuous competition, as is often the case. Only if understood in this way can greater parliamentary involvement in the European Union truly bring Europe closer to its citizens and ensure the democratic nature of political and legislative decisions. And it's according to this spirit we've identified the issues of today's conference, which focus on main economic, social, and institutional points, where we have distinguished speakers addressing us and representatives of all the institutions involved in the European decision-making process. I therefore hope that the discussion today and tomorrow will focus openly and clearly on real problems, starting from the example mentioned of the implementation of the public and private investment plan presented by the European Commission last week. And by way of conclusion, I wish you a very successful meeting and a pleasant stay in Rome.
Allora, ora...
So, now some procedural points, some of which are constant features in our work. The time allotted to speakers will be calculated based on the number of requests for the floor we receive, and you'll be informed of this when the discussion begins. Following the tradition of the Senate, speakers will speak standing. And so when you're giving the floor, you're asked to comply with this tradition of the Senate and stand. When the light starts flashing faster, it means 10 seconds. You have 10 seconds to the end of your time. And therefore, speakers have to conclude, because otherwise the microphone is cut off. Now, from the documents you've been delivered, you will have seen there have been some changes which we discussed yesterday at the Troika meeting. The Italian Prime Minister Matteo Renzi will be able to be with us from 9:30 till 10. And he'll be presenting his address. And if we cannot, we won't be able to, he won't be able to answer all the questions. We have the Undersecretary to the Council of Ministers, Mr. Gozzi, who will be able to answer the questions Mr. Renzi is not able to answer. Since Mr. Renzi will soon be with us, I'd like to ask you to approve two things. First of all, the agenda, first of all, otherwise we won't be able even to give the floor to Mr. Renzi. So I'd like you to submit to you the issues we've decided to address, and the keynote speakers we have for the various sessions on our agenda, and then the 12 o'clock midday deadline for the presentation of amendments to the final documents of COSAC. So I'd like to ask you to approve these 2 points. First of all, the agenda of the meeting, various sessions, and who will be speaking at the various sessions, and the midday deadline for the presentation of amendments. And then after we've heard and spoken with the Italian Prime Minister, we'll be looking at all the other procedural points which we can deal with. Are there any objections to this procedure? So it is so decided. We have adopted the agenda of the 52nd COSAC, and the deadline for amendments is set at midday, after which we'll be continuing with a presentation on the results of the presidential troika and other points. Mr. Renzi is about to arrive, and when he arrives, we'll give him the floor.
Bene, allora possiamo riprendere.
So we can resume. And I would like to thank the Prime Minister for having kept the commitment he'd made with us. I'm over here. We're very glad that he was able to be with us. And so I'll immediately give him the statement to address us on the Italian semester. Mr. President of the Senate, Mr. Grasso, Mr. Kitty, Mr. Bordo, it's truly a pleasure to add my best wishes for a successful meeting to yours and welcome all of you here to Italy in the prestigious venue of Palazzo Madama for the 52nd COSAC meeting. I believe that it is particularly important for us to stress that currently Europe is at a crossroads. Often we recall the historic significance of the times we are living. It is difficult not to think back to many events which have marked the history of our continent. A few weeks ago, we celebrated the 25th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. And those of us who began to be active in politics in the 90s remember that terrible events such as the massacre of Srebrenica, which will be marking the 20th anniversary of next year, signaled the need for Europe to carry out its responsibilities and be a place of peace and hope for future generations. And therefore, it's not easy to highlight the words historic event or real crossroads, but today we really are at a crossroads because Europe is in a phase of stagnation, economic stagnation, and if you allow me, a stagnation which is even more a problem and even more worrying, an ideal stagnation. We are at a time where the anti-Europeanist movement is surging in all countries, and may I be allowed to say, not only on behalf of the government, but also as a person who's leading the party which received the most votes in Europe, 11.2 million votes, more than any other party, there is a great problem of lack of support on the part of citizens. So Europe truly stands at a crossroads. We need to choose whether we want to be the custodians of a great tradition and inheritance which was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, which all treatises of politics and sociology point to, or that we want to be the fathers of an experience looking to the future. I think that your work, distinguished representatives of European parliaments, is essential in this direction. The Italian presidency has attempted to interpret this time in the awareness that a lot of time has been devoted to overcoming the institutional stalemate and the changes in institutions which have occurred. It was a process of transition which concludes today, and I would like to make my best wishes to President Tusk. He becomes the President of the European Council, which has seen the Council led by President Juncker receive a vote in July and October with substantial support inside Parliament. But this period of transition in the semester caused some slowness in dealing with some of the dossiers. I would have liked to done a lot more, for example, on TTIP or made in Europe issue. These are things which are very important convinced of Made in, but a bit less convinced about TTIP. But we can discuss this, and we can think about this. But certainly, Europe needs to have a change gear and move more rapidly. Well, whether we discussed TTIP, the agreement between the United States and the Far East, was concluded. And I think this should be food for thought, because if we stand still, others won't wait for us. And the world requires competition, which develops much more rapidly than politics can sometimes do. But my judgment is generally positive, because the transition has marked a positive step. For the first time, the President of the Commission has been selected in a way which is connected to the electors' votes. No candidate to the Presidency of the Commission received an absolute majority. A coalition decision was necessary, and an agreement between various parties became necessary to vote in the President. But for the first time, the individual European families and groups, political groups, presented a candidate to European citizens. This is a beginning, and you'll see that in future years, if the European Union manages to renew itself, this will be something which will take on a considerable value, and from the next election campaign, it will mean that we will be able to give even greater power to the decisions of citizens. I believe that one of the problems has been that we haven't really marked enough the danger of the gap between citizens and institutions. In Italy, we worked on this, and we said in Italy we want a different kind of Europe, because we're convinced Europeanists in the elections. It wasn't the people who shouted against Europe, but people who staked on Europe by saying Europe needs to be improved, so as to take on board the dreams of the younger and the older generations. But it's the economic area where we have the real challenge. I believe that either Europe changes its economic direction, or else it runs the risk of becoming the last runner in the global race. The world is moving forward, even though it's moving forward less fast than we thought it would. Europe is in a situation of substantial stagnation, practically no growth at all occurring. Why is this? Because perhaps the policies we chose and selected were effective in trying to curb the financial and market crisis, but are not enough to relaunch the future. This was the Italian position, which accompanied the semester, and which it will be continued to stress in future months. We want a Europe which is loyal to the Stability Pact, but we also need to recall that that's not just called a Stability Pact. It's called a Growth and Stability Pact. It has a name and a surname, not just a name. There's growth and there's stability in it. I know that many of you think that lurking behind this statement there's a thought which I haven't expressed. Some people might be thinking that I'm saying this just because of the Italian situation, out of self-interest, and that I want to change the economic policy because I need it in my country. Allow me to be very, very frank, almost blunt with you. We do not have any intention to transform Europe into an excuse, into an alibi. We know that Italy has to undertake the reform process which it began, and the presidents of the various committees, Senator Chiti and Mr. Borto knows that we have spent a lot of time discussing reform procedures in these chambers, where currently we're dealing with a reform of the fiscal system, the public administration, the employment market, civil justice, and most important, school education and research, because I believe the future of Italy lies in human capital and investments in future generations. Together with these 5 reforms, we also have the reform of the constitution and the reform of the election law. I think Italy is changing. It has no fear of changing. It knows that Europe cannot be an excuse for it. And we at home want to change things because we think it's right to change them. But please allow me, with the same degree of sincerity, to say that if Europe doesn't change the direction of its economic policy, it's not going to be a problem just for Italy. It will be a problem for all Europeans. Italy, before the European Union, as a country which was struggling in the post-war years, a country which had been defeated in the war, country which had been destroyed, became the 5th economic power in the world. Italy has no fear of competing on the international stage. It has no fear in competing with its exports, but believes in Europe as a place for future generations, and believes that it's necessary to invest in Europe because Europe is the only anchor and guarantee for peace and safety and security for people. So we're profoundly European in saying this. We would say that the economic direction which we have taken is not enough. The Juncker plan, 300 billion euros, actually it's a bit less than that from what we've seen, is a plan which is directed is in the right direction in terms of method, because it stresses that it's important to make investments, and without investments there's no future. And this applies specifically to the Eurozone, which was also mentioned in the Brisbane summit at the G20 and by other United States, the UK, Australia, Brazil, China, India. Everybody called on the Eurozone to invest more in growth and capital investment. The Juncker plan moves in the right direction, even though in our opinion it has to be strengthened and enhanced. We think that there is still some hesitancy in accepting the challenge of investment as a crucial challenge for Europe, but we note that this is a step forward for the first time in this direction. And so by concluding at the Ypres summit, which is a symbolic place for World War I, on the 21st and 22nd of June this year, for the first time, there surfaced in the documents of the European Council the need to invest more in growth and flexibility, which doesn't mean breaking rules. It means complying with rules with the common sense of politics. Without flexibility, there is no politics, and we simply become anonymous, grey-suited technocrats who have to carry out tasks which maybe have been assigned 25 years before in a world which no longer exists. At that summit, for the first time, we discussed how to move ahead for flexibility, growth and investment. At 6 months, I believe that there's been a clear change in paradigm. For us, this is still not enough, and we say that this here in the Senate of the Italian Republic. The greatest thing a Roman citizen could experience in this land of great beauty would be to be considered a citizen, a Roman citizen. It meant belonging to the history of that extraordinary city, but also to be encumbered with duties and obligations. When in 1957 in Rome the treaty was signed, it was as if we had been given the notion of citizenship, the baton of that great past experience. What I would like to encourage you to is to give value to that expression of citizenship, which means combating the ideal crisis, the crisis of ideals, which threatens Europe, combating the financial stagnation and economic stagnation, but also restoring politics, its beauty and its capability. We are not grey executors of pre-established decisions. We are people who try to have that expression, being a citizen, expression which is full of great value for the future. And I wish you the greatest success in this meeting. Thank you.
Grazie Presidente Renzi. Ci sono 14 interventi per domande. No, lo so. Come vi ho detto prima.
Okay, we have 14 requests for the floor. The Prime Minister, President of the Council, can stay until 10 o'clock. So I would say we'll take 4 requests for the floor, and then we'll have an answer from the President. And the time which we'll be giving is just 1 minute for each speaker, because otherwise it won't be possible to have this discussion. So, Mr. Kipam from Germany, please, first.
Ja, lieber Herr Vorsitzender.
President and friend Michele Bordo, Mr. Prime Minister Renzi, first of all, we would like to thank you very much indeed, not only for the invitation to come here, but also for your commitment and the efforts that you have carried out during the entire Italian presidency to date. Thank you very much for your kind words. You mentioned the fall of the Berlin Wall and the treaties of Rome. Both are inextricably linked to Europe, because without Europe, without the European family, there would have been no German reunification, and without Europe, there would have been no European reunification either, and we would never have seen the fall of the Iron Curtain either. You spoke of the need to invest more. Now, of course, I share your view on this. We're in a very sensitive phase in Europe today. There are some very difficult elections coming up in Greece as well, so we need to remember all this and keep it in mind during our discussion. However, in order to make investment sustainable, you need structural reforms. They are absolutely necessary, and this is why we're appealing to you, because it's precisely in these areas of administration, public service, civil servants, education, schools. This is the area where we need to invest so that we can become global players in the future. Thank you.
Signora Kyriakidou, di Chypre.
Thank you. Ms. Kyriakidou from Cyprus, please. President, colleagues, it's obvious that the regional challenges all over the world today are also very important for the European Union. Unemployment, religious fundamentalism, terrorism, violent movements of millions of people, migration, all of this is a threat for the security of European peoples and for peace in the world. Of course, the migration flows towards Europe, which are becoming stronger and stronger, are also a matter of great concern for us. There are thousands of Syrian refugees in Cyprus today, and therefore we know from our own personal experience what this challenge means for us in Europe today as a member state, but also as also for the whole of the European Union, because of course we need a fairer sharing out of this weight which is on our shoulders. If that does not happen, colleagues, then this will mean that in the countries receiving refugees and migrants, xenophobia and racism will be on the rise. Thank you very much.
Signor Cash.
Thank you. William Cash, UK.
I was very glad to hear I was very glad to hear Mr. Renzi speak about the need for reform, and also to call on everybody to recognise that some of the aspects of a 25-year-old plan do need to be looked at again. As everybody will know, the United Kingdom is not happy with the way in which the architecture of the European Union functions at the moment. And there are many, certainly in my own party, who are deeply worried, because we believe that ultimately the problem of an irreversible supranational acquis creates a problem in itself. We want a stable Europe. We want a Europe that can function. We want a Europe that works. And it's quite clear from the turnout in the European elections and also from the recent analysis of distrust in Europe that throughout the whole of Europe, without exception, there is overall a minus 25% trust factor. And indeed, in places like Spain, it's got to as bad as minus 60, and in Greece likewise, I'm told. I'll leave that to others to comment, but that's what they tell us. But the important thing is to restore trust in the institutions, and that, in our judgment, means changing the architecture as well. I can't speak for everybody in this respect, but what I can say is that there are those of us who believe that the architecture of the European Union is not working in the way in which it represents the citizens. There are protests, there are riots, there is massive obscene unemployment amongst young people. It cannot be allowed to continue, and if we don't actually do the reforms rather than merely talk about them, and the degree of reform is the question. It's our belief, and those I represent, that we really do have to have a massive radical reform in the architecture of the European Union as well as in the specific policies, because one is connected with the other. That is the means whereby the legislative process can produce peace and stability, and to ensure that the original objectives of the European community are actually reflected in the lives of their citizens.
Grazie.
Thank you. And the next in this group, and then we have answers from Mr. Renzi and Mr. Bizet from France.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, President. I want to thank the Prime Minister for your warm welcome and for your presentation today, and for carrying out your work in a context of a new European Commission, which wasn't an easy time. In the semester of your presidency, you prioritised growth, investment and youth employment. You also emphasised the strengthening of coordination within the Union, which was key to respond to the Eurozone crisis. You sought balance between discipline and solidarity. Our countries cannot continue with the levels of debt which we have, so we need to prioritise and put in order our public finances. We have common rules. We need to respect these now and implement indispensable structural reforms so that we can have solidarity. We also need to carry out our banking union and have a single resolution mechanism. Taxpayers should not be paying the burden of this. At the same time, we need to do everything to recreate the conditions of economic competitiveness in Europe. Our industrial basis has been undermined. We have too many burdens, too much regulations, and this is placing a burden on our businesses. We need to prioritise small and medium enterprises because they are the source of innovation. The orientations of President Jean-Claude are going in the right direction, and so we're looking forward to seeing the new Commission's work. This Commission is going to simplify regulations and take initiatives to meet the challenge of implementing a single digital market. That should be a priority, as should the creation of an energy union. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'd like to ask Mr. Renzi to answer these first 4 questions. Thank you, Mr. Kitty. And thank you all. I do apologize if I won't be able to stay very long, because today we're discussing the stability law so that we can present it to the Senate. And you know, as members of Parliament, how careful governments have to be in presenting the stability law. as accurately as possible to members of Parliament. So I do apologise, but I'll leave you in very good hands with Under Secretary Godse. I'd also like to welcome the first Vice President of the Commission, Mr. Timmermans, who's with us and is at our proceedings. I hope Mr. Timmermans also had the possibility to go and watch the football match yesterday, because he's a big fan of Roma. Roma won 4-2, even though he's Dutch. So this is European citizenship too. So welcome to you, France. Very, very quickly, I'd like to deal with the various points. Mr. Krischbaum, I want to be very clear about the fact that I agree with you fully on everything you said. Without Europe, there would have been no unification of Germany. I would add that the reunification of Germany is one of the most important stories of the century, with all the positive notes there are. I remember my mother crying in front of the television when the Berlin Wall came down. She'd heard John Kennedy speak when she was 11, and it makes my hair stand on end when I think that my children, 13, 10 and 8 years old, look at me as if I am crazy when I say that there used to be two Germanys. In the space of a generation, we've moved from my grandfather, who fought in the war, my mother crying over the Berlin Wall, and my children, who look at me astonished when I suggest that there could have been two Germanys in the past. It's an epochal change. The history books will speak about what you did and what Europe helped you to do, and what Europe achieved together with our German friends as of a truly great page in history. And as sincerely I would say to you that without flexibility, the union of the two Germanys would not have been possible. And it's no coincidence that that flexibility, requested by the German government in 2003, was approved during a European semester led by Italy. And in that case, flexibility, unlike today, made it possible to infringe the 3% limit, the limit which we Italians continue stubbornly to believe in. And the second point, I fully agree with the call you made to the use of European funds. However, I'd like to highlight another issue which we need to consider. In Italy, for a long time, we spent European funds badly, or failed to spend them. The other 27 countries can't be unhappy about that, because that money went back into the Italian budget. Italy got 21 billion from Europe and spent 10 and 11, apart because we're an active contributor, and in part because we didn't spend our share. And I say to our citizens, when we speak of Europe and being saved by Europe, we have to recall that we give 20 billion to Europe's funds every year and only take back 10. But some of this is our fault, and Italy needs to change. And it has to change in its relationship between central government and regional authorities, and in its ability to to use these funds for practical and realistic plans. And you're right. But I'm also shocked by when the share I can't spend funds because the co-funding share is beyond the 3% established in Maastricht, when the world was very different. The idea that these funds can't be spent because they're blocked by a technical algorithm seems to be a mistake to me. And that is why I agree that we need to change the spending mechanism, make it transparent. But at the same time, we have to overcome certain technical constraints which we have with us have had too long. Secondly, I also agree by what was said by Tina Kyriakido when she stressed the importance of the role of Europe in the period we are experiencing, particularly because of the risks of xenophobia, which surface all over our continent. I know that we have different opinions on lots of things. I think it's very important to comply with the rules, and I think it's essential to establish clear criteria for this. And indiscriminate reception, paradoxically, contributes to the surfacing of xenophobia and racism. So we have to establish clear rules. At the same time, I would like to remind everybody, Europe and myself, that the Mediterranean cannot be left solely to Italy, Malta, and Cyprus. It's not possible that the Mediterranean be considered a remote frontier of Europe, because it's been the heart of Europe for centuries, and also because there is economic interest involved in this. The sooner we manage to establish a different relationship with Africa, particularly North Africa, the sooner it will be clear that there are economic opportunities. Just think of energy. In the last 9 months, Italy has invested a huge amount in researching, in prospecting oil and gas in Africa, Mozambique, Congo, Angola, and yet there's one thing which is even more important than this. I think that it is necessary to consider what is happening today in the Mediterranean. After the NATO intervention against a ferocious dictatorship, Libya spun out of control. This means that more than 100,000 people every year, starting from Libya, 90% of these people leave from Libya and try to reach Europe. Why is this happening? You think they can stop this with a decree or an edict from Brussels? This is happening because when it was decided to intervene in Libya, we were thinking only about the immediate consequences, but we didn't try to build the future. I think that being open and honest about what happened is a premise to deal with certain issues. Either we can truly acknowledge that there is a North African issue which has to be dealt with by our partner countries, starting from Egypt. President al-Sisi was here a few days ago. I'll soon be going to Algeria. My first official visit was in Tunisia. Either we decide that the Mediterranean has to be dealt with as a major political issue, or there'll be no possibility of winning the battle against uncontrolled immigration. Either we create conditions at the root, in people's homes, to solve this problem, or we won't be credible. And with regard to xenophobia, there's a major issue in the outskirts of our towns. It's something which arose first of all in the banlieue, in French cities, and it's something which we're now seeing and are concerned about in Italy. Our suburbs, our peripheral areas are a major problem, but we have to take action there, not by disseminating anti-immigrant propaganda, but we need to build infrastructures, sports grounds, and other facilities. We need to make these outskirts areas people can start from. When people are moving more and more into cities, either we manage to win a real battle in terms of city planning, or else we'll be losing scope for xenophobic propaganda. And it would be interesting for some European funds to be dedicated to specific actions in peripheral urban areas. And finally, with regard to institutional architecture, which Sir William Cash referred to, we are undertaking structural reforms at home, because we think that Italy, after many years in which it made many promises, has to be show itself capable, it can deliver. And we're not doing it for you. We're not doing it because Europe is asking us to do it. We're doing it for us, for our children. Keeping public debt under control is not something solely to comply with European commitments. There's also that, but we want to keep our finances under control out of respect for future generations. There's a strange mechanism in Italy with regard to debt. The Italian public debt is one of the highest in Europe, but at the same time, private savings are the highest there are in Europe. There's a big contradiction in Italy. The representatives of institutions have spent the money of their children, and households have saved more money than anybody else. And it's difficult to ask for further sacrifices from households who've behaved very responsibly and have not created debt for future generations. But we are acting to undertake reform because it's right to do this. And I don't want to list all the areas, but Italy is working on its structural reforms. And with the same openness, we believe that it's necessary to undertake a structural reform in Europe, and we will entrust this task to the new Commission. We want it to be able to give enough attention to reignite the motors of hope inside a continent which run the risk of being tired, as Pope Francis reminded us in his address in Strasbourg a few days ago. And so I think that the major issue which faces us in politics today is certainly growth, but this growth should not just be economic, it also has to be moral education, occasional psychological and spiritual in our generations. If I were to say where I want to see more Europe, I wouldn't say Brussels, I wouldn't say Strasbourg, I wouldn't say Luxembourg or Rome, I wouldn't even say the places where Europe needs to be more present, which are the streets of our cities. I tried to tell our colleagues in Rome, let's stop saying that when we go to the European Council, we're going to Europe. We're going to Europe when we go onto the streets, when we go into our squares, when I go to our schools, when we go to our clubs and associations. That's going to Europe for me. Europe is in my city, Florence. It's in the beauty of Venice. It's in the difficulty which the south of our country is encountering. But Europe in these months is something which I saw particularly on the 20th of August as during my presidency I decided to go to Baghdad and then Erbil, in a refugee camp in Erbil, in a place where I listened to voices which still send a shiver down my spine, the voices of the colleagues of journalists whose throats were cut, the voices of the parents of the abducted girls who had been cast into slavery in Mosul, the voices of the third sector workers, non-profit sector workers, who showed me a group of children who had been put against the wall and shot. A child killed is absurd, is nonsensical. A child who is executed together with others as if they were prisoners of war is something which truly makes our minds tremble. It is, and this is why I continue to say, that's why we need more Europe. That's why I say to my colleagues, we need our values, the European ideals, the European dream. That's why I say Europe cannot simply be an area of conflict between accountants who talk about decimal points. Either Europe returns to be the home of politics, or none of us will have a future which lives up to our past. So welcome to Rome, and I wish you great success in this meeting.
Noi dobbiamo continuare ora con
We need to move on. We have Under-Secretary Gozzi. We have another 14 speakers on our list, and I think we can take 5 and then 2 groups of 4, and we'll ask Mr. Gozzi to reply. We're going to keep to 1 minute for each discussant. We have a bell too now, so we can. LII Macedonia.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this year the European Commission reconfirms the 6th consecutive recommendation for Macedonia to commence the negotiation with the European Union. And while we acknowledge this is good news, we also recognize that for our citizens this is no longer a cause for celebration. There is a French phrase I often think about, noblesse oblige, which means that it is the responsibility of the stronger to give the hand of the help to the weaker so that they can raise a level higher. Of course, the success will also depend on the weaker's willingness to accept that help or not, but help should be given. And in that spirit, I would like to urge our neighbor Greece, as well as all the other countries, to support and give us that hand of help in the Council of Europe so that we can open the negotiations. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not asking for us to reinvent the wheel. I'm asking for an already tried and proven successful formula to be used in our case. It worked well for Croatia and Slovenia, and I see no reason why it wouldn't work well for us. I hope that we'll give a chance to the peaceful and prosperous future. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Mr. Canas, Portugal.
Senhor Secretário de Estado, os meus cumprimentos em nome.
Mr. Secretary of State, congratulations from me and my party and the Assembly of the Republic. We were awaiting the Italian presidency with great interest because Europe is lagging behind in confidence and dealing with the crisis. I believe that the Italian presidency deserves our support. We're in favor of an intelligent interpretation of the treaty, and we believe there has to be, as I said, an intelligent interpretation of it. In the little time I have available, I would like to express all my support to the Italian presidency and also the Juncker plan, which we hope will be able to be implemented practically, even if there are some points which are not too clear, which will need to be clarified, particularly with regard to financial engineering. And I'd like to know whether you support a greater flexibility in rules on national funds, which will be used in funding and in investments covered by the Juncker plan. Thank you. Mrs. Cigane from Latvia.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. My country, Latvia, will be the next country that will take over the presidency from Italy. And the Italian Prime Minister very well outlined several of the many challenges that European Union already is facing. In conjunction with the upcoming presidency, EU High Representative Madame Mogherini was in Riga, and she said that the EU is facing too many challenges at this point that we need to find a solution for. In our presidency in Latvia, we will be focusing on the issue of Eastern Partnership, trying to analyze and see the situation between Russia and Ukraine with the blatant show of force that Russia has displayed towards the eastern neighbor, Ukraine. I would like to ask, what are the Italian presidency wishes for us? What should we be achieving in the realm of Eastern Partnership in Latvia during our presidency? Thank you.
Grazie, signor Herbi.
Thank you. Mr. Albion from France.
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank our Italian friends for the quality of their welcome and to congratulate the Italian presidency for its dynamism. We all agree with the fact that clearly we need to focus on the European budget plan. Europe and its countries cannot continue accumulating deficits and debts. At the same time, we need to reorient our economic policy in Europe. We need to ensure that it's more dynamic in terms of investment. Europe needs to reorient its academic policy. We need to invest more, and we need to free up investments for growth and employment. Finally, I think it is clear that we need to bring Europe closer to the citizens. We need to ensure that European citizens have the feeling that they are part of Europe in terms of growth, in terms of their daily life, in terms of security, in terms of the fight against migratory flows, and in terms of sustainable development and the environment. That is where I think we will have renewed confidence in Europe, because today that confidence does not exist.
Grazie. Signor Blaha, Slovakia.
When Renzi, he said made in. He's talking about made in. Does that mean anything to you? Renzi, he said TTIP and made in.
Made in.
Does he mean made in Europe? It doesn't. There's nothing called made in, is there?
No.
So the only thing.
The Europe of free market. I don't think that this Europe we should defend. Thank you.
Grazie. Allora, signor Sottosegretario.
Thank you. Undersecretary Gozzi for answers to this first part.
Okay. Grazie.
Right. Thank you. President, thank you to the colleagues who have taken the floor. With regard to enlargement, we would have liked to do a lot more. And we hope that that Europe will be able to do a lot more. We believe in enlargement to all the Western Balkans. We were more ambitious. We're hoping to achieve greater results this semester, and we hope that despite the declaration of Juncker that there won't be any enlargement in the next 5 years, we hope that everything necessary will be done to prepare the next enlargement. So both as having the presidency and as Italy, we hope that time available will be made use of in order to prepare accession to Europe of the Western Balkans, also because of the obligations which we have towards southeastern Europe. As Mr. Renzi said, recalling the horrors we've seen at our doorstep, and we believe that the European Union will only be complete when we will have the accession of all of the Western Balkan countries. I'd like to thank colleague Canas for the support he expressed to the assessment made of our presidency. Our answer is a definite yes. We think that what the Commission has done in the investment plan is very important. We believe it important that any national contribution to the Juncker plan are not computed in the austerity plan, that they could be considered neutral. And as Juncker Catani said at the European Parliament, we believe that this is the right kind of logic to promote investments and also the right kind of logic for co-financing. So it's something which we raised during our presidency, something we discussed during the first session devoted to cohesion policy, and we think that national region co-financing, which are targeted to promote the achievement of common goals within European projects under the supervision of the Commission, which are there to promote growth, should not be computed as part of the Stability and Growth Pact. And we will continue to ask for this. And here I answer Mr. Arbillon too. In this new phase which we need to open, and we think that the European Commission has also begun to open, is a new program of investments, not just the Juncker Plan. Juncker Plan is the first step, which will require a more pro-growth application of European rules, including co-financing on the part of the European Commission. Must also concern a more flexible application of rules with regard to possible investments which we want to make nationally, and I mean the states which are facing most difficulty and most committed to fiscal consolidation. Also means that states who have greater budgetary resources should also be committed to a new investment policy, because obvious that just austerity, just rigor has stifled any growth in Europe and has led to increased unemployment. So for us, the plan is the beginning of a response. It's not everything we need to do. It's not the complete response to say that Europe has changed its economic policy approach. And finally, colleague Chigane, we're certainly already working. We have been working with the Latvian government for a number of months, very positively, and we're sure that the Latvian presidency will be very successful. And we want to continue with what we call the Milan spirit. We had all the actors who have to have an important role in the Ukrainian issue, and an effort which we hope your presidency will also undertake is to keep the channels of dialogue open, to keep all the leading actors around that table, and that is a truly constructive contribution we can make as Europeans to settle the controversy in the full respect of the principles at the root of our union. Thank you. Thank you, Under-Secretary. And now, colleagues, we still have 9 speakers on the list, and I will now close the list, and then we have to complete our procedural issues, because we've only done the agenda and the deadline for amendments. If necessary, we'll shorten the coffee break. Mr. Marquez, Portugal. Thank you, President. First of all, I wish to congratulate the Italian presidency for its strength and determination, and also the very bold speech of the Prime Minister, who stressed the importance of European immigration policy. My contribution focuses essentially on the sentence on young Europeans, which might be exciting. We don't need to consolidate our accounts only to comply with the treaty, but also for the new generations of mobility, generations of the Erasmus program, the generation which feels at home in any country in the European Union, even if they have their own country of origin, so a feeling of belonging to the European Union is something which is common to this generation. Can this approach be reconciled with the decisions which are taken? We need to be brave enough to really take up the decisions taken at the European level. Tino, do you agree?
Thank you very much, and I'd like to wish you all the best for the Italian presidency, which is now drawing to a close. We all know that its greatest priorities have been reforms and growth for Europe. But we, citizens of Europe, especially in the south of Europe, don't know how this is supposed to be achieved. Mr. Juncker has promised us a package of 300 billion, which has now been scaled down to much less, and we don't know how the European Investment Bank is supposed to foot the bill. If we're now being told that the financial markets are supposed to be committed to this as well. In the end, we know that the European citizens are going to pay the bill, and no one is willing to tell us out loud. Obviously, we all know that more has to be done for employment, for growth in Europe, and we hope that the voice of President Renzi will be heard above and beyond Italy. Thank you.
Signora.
Thank you. Agnieszka Pomaska, Poland.
Panie ministrze, prezydencja Włoch przypadła na początek nowych kadencji unijnych instytucji.
We have all the Italian presidency started with all these new European institutions, and this made for a major challenge. And also because of this, we give a very positive opinion to the Italian presidency. We have a new President of the European Commission, ex-Polish Prime Minister, and this is a great something which moves us. We've spoken of history today, but to be together with the representatives of 28 European countries on that day was truly a great experience. Poland is very pro-European, but we're concerned because of all the anti-Europeanist movements and the gap between European institutions and citizens. So we'd like to ask, what recipe do you think there is in order to be closer to European citizens?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to express my gratitude to the Italian side because the process of the enlargement and enlargement policy are including among the priority of the Italian President of the European Union, in which each country of the region is separately mentioned with the aim of encouragement and speeding up the process of integration, membership, and the opening of chapters which are ready to be opened. Although Serbian negotiations were officially opened in January of this year, in September last year, Serbia started the process of screening. So far, we have completed screenings for 21 negotiating chapters. Negotiating position of the Republic of Serbia for Chapter 32 had already been delivered to the Council of the European Union, and Serbia is ready to open particular chapter as soon as the European Union Council decided. European Union integration process is a strategic goal and the main foreign policy priority of the Republic of Serbia. Currently, at the National Assembly, we have consensus that membership in the European Union is one of the main priorities of the Republic of Serbia. National Assembly determined its own role within the negotiation process with the goal of contribute as much as possible that Serbia become. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Bernard Durkin, Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a few words in our native language.
I would like to wholeheartedly thank the Presidency for the fantastic concert and the warm welcome we received last night. That was a fantastic launch to a successful COSAC. I congratulate the Italian Presidency for all of the work which it has carried out since it took over the Presidency of the Council in July. That was a time at which huge changes were occurring in the EU. We have a newly elected Parliament and a new Commission. The Presidency programme is broad and ambitious. It focuses on renewal, renovation, reform and achieving results. Ireland welcomes the European Investment Package, which was recently announced under the Italian Presidency. I hope that this will help to ensure growth and employment for young Europeans.
The Italian Presidency, words of inspiration that he set out before us in a modern Europe that requires change.
Grazie.
Thank you. Mr. Under Secretary, would you like to answer these 5 comments? Yes, thank you. Colleague Blaha's due an answer on the TTIP as well. We believe that the TTIP is in the interests of Italy and Europe. There have been errors made, in particular with regard to the lack of transparency. The lack of transparency in this negotiation has led to a number of urban legends on this negotiation, which made things a lot complicated for Europe. Culture is not something which is a subject of negotiation. We're very careful about social and environmental issues. We not only want the biggest market in the world to be established, but good cooperation between Europe and the United States in this area also means good cooperation between United States and Europe for the organization of that new global governance based on the G20, which has to be established rapidly. So from this point of view, it's also a strategic policy issue alongside the negotiation. We believe that it needs to be supported because of that. So Marcus, with regard to young people in Europe, on this point, I think that we need to do a lot of work on the issue of mobility, because mobility means giving space to curiosity. If people are mobile, people want to travel because they want to see other places, other people. And we think that's the best way to create that community of citizenship, without which we will never reach our goals. And we definitely need to work. We believe that Erasmus Plus is something very positive, extending the idea to Erasmus to voluntary activity and to sports is something which can certainly contribute to a sense of belonging to Europe as a community. To colleague Fortillo, we believe that, as I said, the Juncker plan is an initial response, not the full response. If possible, it needs to be strengthened and expanded. It's something we'll be discussing at the European Council, but we also believe that it's already an important approach if we consider that we come from a decade where Europe's economic policy was focused solely on austerity, from a decade in which the main representative of the European Commission said that we were in a post-industrial reality, which meant that industrial investment and industrial policy were no longer items to be considered. To have a plan for investment and identifying areas where we need to focus our efforts to stimulate growth, and indicates that reducing red tape is one of the goals of this plan, particularly for SMEs. And we think that's a step forward which we need to build on. We certainly see a change in approach which we want to contribute to and wish to build on with this Commission compared to its predecessor. Polish colleague spoke of how to respond to anti-Europeanist movements. We believe that this is initial response. we think that combating various kinds of extremism, xenophobic, racist, Islamophobic movements. There are various causes for these movements, and we can't answer this in just 1 minute. But we're considered that the non-Europe of the economic policy and non-Europe of the immigration policy are two causes which have left a free rein to extremist, anti-Europeanist and anti-immigration movements, particularly in the period of economic and social crisis. So we need to start from there. And these were two very important priorities in our semester. We need to begin from a more active policy for growth and combating unemployment, and we have to have a true European immigration policy, which is not just managing external borders, even though it's very important for us, but to have a clear distinction between legal and illegal immigration, because only Europe can really provide a governance for this issue rather than just being the target of it. And also wish to endorse your congratulations to Mr. Tusk. We've supported his appointment. We supported it from June, and we're very glad that the institutional transition took place in the times envisaged and also in line with the configuration which we were looking for. To colleague Pantic, I don't want to repeat what I've already said. We fully believe that the European itinerary of Serbia is something which Serbia deserves, and Italy would have been ready to open Chapter 32. It wasn't possible, but we believe that we need to move in this direction to accomplish things as soon as possible.
Grazie, signor.
Thank you, Mr. Undersecretary. So we have the last four, a group of last four. Mr. Bauer from Serbia.
Egregio signor Kitty, egregi signori.
Distinguished Mr. Kitty and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to congratulate Italy for its very effective presidency. The Serbian Parliament wants to express its special thanks to the Senate of the Italian Republic, and in particular Mr. Kitty, for having approved the resolution concerning the accession of Serbia to the EU. As you may all know, Serbia is quite ready to open Chapter 32 concerning financial supervision. For the Serbian people, it would be very important to open a chapter before 2015, because that would mean an effective beginning of the process of accession. Our government and our parliament have deployed great efforts to make this possible. To our distinguished colleagues of the European Parliament, we thank you for your support to the process of accession of Serbia. Mr. Kitty, we await you in Belgrade in 2 weeks' time, and we hope we'll be able to establish this common term for us in December. Thank you. Baroness Quinn, UK.
I'd like to also pick up on the point of TTIP, which was mentioned by President of the Council Renzi at the beginning of his speech. And I do so as part of a House of Lords committee which did a detailed report on it recently. We felt that it was very important to continue the negotiations on this in order to try and get a good deal, because there are many European companies, both small and large, that do face a lot of barriers in trying to trade with the United States. At the same time, we also felt it was very important to make a clear commitment to having no reduction in employment or environmental standards, and also to ensure that public services, which had been set up democratically in our countries, would not be jeopardized by such an agreement. So to summarize, we felt that a good agreement could help the cause of growth and jobs, but there were very important safeguards which needed to be met. Thank you.
Grazie. Signora Rodriguez del Parlamento Europeo, prego.
Dear Secretary of State, good morning. The next European Council will be decisive to deliver a credible strategy for growth and jobs. So I have two questions for you. One is, can you create a new balance in this strategy? Can you ensure that we have a stronger priority for growth, investment and jobs, not only on the targets, but on the priorities of this strategy, and most of all, on the country-specific recommendations? And I have a second question for you, is can you invite member states to provide their national contributions for the European Investment Plan? And can you ensure that these contributions will not be computed for the public debt and public deficit?
Grazie.
Thank you. And final speaker, Mr. Sasi, Finland.
Honourable Chairman, on foreign policy focus, I agree Mediterranean is important. However, and we need peace and democracy in North Africa. However, Ukraine is the most important issue in foreign policy, and we have to guarantee the integrity of Ukraine and the respect for Helsinki Accord of 1975. And we have to show as a union that it's too costly not to respect these rules, and there must be unity and ability to make decisions in the European Union. Mr. Renzi spoke of the investments. Yes, but there must always be return on investment. Investment may not be the same thing as spending money. And we need in the Union more new ideas. Investment should be put on research and development. And then on that basis, companies decide where to invest, not the politicians, because politicians are very bad decision makers in this respect. We need less rules in the European Union. We need more freedom, because otherwise we hinder. What has happened in relation to digital Europe? Not enough. And in fact, I don't understand the campaign of the European Union against Google. Is that some kind of campaign of against new information technology? And my question is to the Secretary, intends Italy respect the deficit rules of the European Union? Because the Presidency has to show a good example to all. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. So this is the final reply which we're asking of you, Mr. Under-Secretary. Thank you very much for being with us, and we also thank you for being with us tomorrow with the session on the Mediterranean and Eastern Europe. Thank you, President. It is a pleasure, not only a duty, to discuss issues which are central to government action with representative national parliaments. Last time I didn't respond to Bernard Durkan. I'd like to thank him for the support he expressed for our presidency, and I'd also like to recall what he recalled. With our presidency, we want to provide momentum for a new political cycle, start a new method, and identify new priorities. Now, in the new Parliament, we want these priorities implemented, and we want to reach concrete results, because that's the only way truly to relaunch Europe. I don't want to repeat to our colleague Bauer what I've already said about Serbia, what I said about the TTIP. I had already indicated the need for social environmental standards to be complied with, so I agree with Baroness Quinn on this. The Mediterranean is important, but I don't think that we neglected Ukraine. We spoke about Ukraine constantly during our semester. Forgetting the Mediterranean means that you end up with Libya in the situation it's in now. And it's not just a problem for Italy, it's a problem for the whole of the European Union. It's a problem for the whole of the democratic world. So I don't think that we need to say things are more important. Obviously, we have important responsibilities to shoulder as Europeans to the south and to the east. And also come to the question which is linked more closely to economic policy, and I'll be answering Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Sazi. If I understand you correctly, you're asking us if we comply with rules. We do comply with results. Unlike those who preceded us, unlike Germany and France in 2003, Italy complies with the rules, but would like all the rules to be applied, and not just in part. Applying the Stability and Growth Pact rules only on the stability part and not on the flexibility part does not seem to us a good way of applying rules. It seems to us at the best a partial application of rules, and we want them all to be applied. That was our approach, and this is the approach on which we're working in view of the European Council. And it's not something which depends solely on us. It's not just something which depends on the presidency of the semester to do what you asked. We agree. All our semester was based on a new balance. We believe that the European semester, the macroeconomic assessment of the stability law, has to be much more balanced and give importance to other processes which can't be fully detached, which have to be integrated into the process. I'm thinking in particular of the review of the 2020 strategy and the new strategy to combat climate change, which also means energy policy changes and industry policy changes. These are things which have to be integrated because this is something which we consider to be part of the new growth and policy. With regard to the second question, I'll answer on the basis of what I heard the European Parliament. I read in the Juncker plan that national contributions will not be computed in relation to the Stability and Growth Pact. It was rather complex in its phrasing, but that we've understood that. But I think that the authentic interpretation helped us because that's President Juncker's and Vice President Catani, which they gave in the European Parliament for a year, where they said national contributions are neutral to the application of the SGP. And so that's not a point under discussion because we take what the European Commission writes very seriously and also what it says in front of you. So we understood very clearly that national contributions were not computed as current expenditure in relation to the SGP. And we think this is something which is excellent because for a new investment policy, we don't just take it to be the Juncker plan alone, but a better approach in favor of investments as part of the SGP, and not considering a national contribution to a Juncker plan for European investments, not neutral, seems to us something which is commonsensical. But since in Europe there's been a lack of common sense in recent years, we think that this is very important, almost revolutionary, and we would like to continue with this positive democratic revolution. Thank you. Thank you, Under Secretary. Thank you very much for the input you've given us and for the answers. You provided answers to 16 colleagues, so that was quite a lot of work. We need to move ahead now on the point which we had left in abeyance on procedural matters. We're now come to the presentation of the 22nd biennial report of COSAC, and the Secretariat of COSAC, in coordination with the Italian presidency, has drafted a report which focuses on issues which are central to issues debated in this plenary mission. I'd like Ms. Cristiana Frida, permanent Secretary of COSAC, to set out the main points in this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to briefly present the 22nd biannual report of COSAC. The report consists of 4 chapters. Its first chapter on Europe 2020 presents EU Parliament's views on the implementation progress of the Europe 2020 strategy, their proposals regarding the strategy's midterm review in 2015, and their positions on governance of Europe 2020. According to the findings, almost all responding parliaments consider the progress on employment and poverty and social exclusion goals unsatisfactory, stressing the need for additional measures to achieve the EU and national targets, while most of these underline the strategy's ineffective implementation at EU, national and local level. The need for a thorough mid-term evaluation is stressed. Most respondents consider the European semester an effective framework for implementing the strategy, considering the forthcoming review of governance structures related to the 6-pack and 2-pack useful in enhancing the strategy's effectiveness. The second chapter on the future of the EU, focusing on EU institutions and parliaments, explores the issues of new powers conferred to national parliaments by the Treaty of Lisbon and new trends in the EU policy and decision-making process, presenting at the same time EU Parliament's views on ways of enhancing their participation in the process and on further developments in EU integration. The report shows that the majority of parliaments believe that the provisions of the treaties conferring new powers to national parliaments have been implemented in the best possible way. In relation to new trends, parliaments present their tools or procedures and express their positions on a number of them. The report shows that the idea of creating new instruments aimed at involving national parliaments in the EU decision-making process without formal treaty changes is generally favoured by parliaments. Ideas as to new instruments, according to the findings, should be taken into consideration by COSAC. While no official position has been taken on a potential further development of the European integration process by the majority of parliaments, the role of national parliaments in ensuring democratic representation in cases of further sharing of sovereignty and the importance of closer cooperation between them and the European Parliament have been stressed. The third chapter on the Mediterranean and the role of EU parliaments addresses neighbourhood policy issues and presents EU Parliament's positions as regards the implementation of the 2012 roadmap for future action. It furthermore deals with the Union for the Mediterranean and shows that parliaments are regularly or occasionally informed by their respective governments about ministerial conferences organized in the framework of the Union for the Mediterranean. Furthermore, almost half of the responding parliaments participate in all or some meetings of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Union for the Mediterranean. This chapter further examines parliamentary scrutiny of EU actions to address growing migration flows and deadly accidents at sea, presenting EU Parliament's positions on which actions relating to migration management should be a priority and which economic and non-economic instruments should be used. More than half of responding parliaments report having issued an opinion on possible EU action to tackle increasing migration flows in the Mediterranean area. Finally, in relation to the fourth chapter on EU agencies and national parliaments, the report shows that the majority of parliaments have never carried out an overall consideration of the role, functions and accountability mechanisms of EU agencies or of any specific agency and have no official position on the appropriateness of the legal basis used for the establishment of such agencies. While the majority specified that there is no official position on the need to improve their structure and the governance, around half of the respondents believe national parliaments can contribute to the ongoing reflection on enhancing the accountability of EU agencies and that there is scope for cooperation between national parliaments and EU agencies to be enhanced. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you, Ms. Frieda. I'd like to thank you and all the Secretariat of COSAC for the excellent work you've been doing. The biannual report of COSAC has become an important instrument to understand the rules and the practice of the parliaments of the European Union. This also allowed us to follow the activity of European parliaments in recent years. Are there any comments or questions on this point? If not, we consider this as approved. Now I need to report to you on yesterday's meeting of the Presidential Troika of the COSAC, alongside the agenda of the 52nd COSAC. We discussed the binary report, and we also took note of some letters received by the presidency, and we dealt with the issue of the amendments which had been presented. And I want to say, first of all, that we tried to take note of the letter which we had received from President Bordo, from presidents of 14 committees, EU policy committees, from 14 chambers, 14 houses in our assembly. I'll be saying something about voting procedure and amendments. In any case, we had amendments. We received amendments from Lithuania, Ireland, Croatia, and the United Kingdom and Romania. In light of the discussion we held yesterday, the Troika would recommend the approval of some of these amendments. It has a negative opinion on some of the other amendments, and it would submit some other amendments to the decision of the delegations. Our services have prepared a corrected draft which includes the amendments which the Troika of which the Troika recommends the acceptance. But these have all been included in the complete folder, collection of amendments presented, which you can peruse. We have established a deadline for the presentation of any new amendments at midday earlier, and the conference of COSAC presidents, which will be held in the afternoon, after the end of the afternoon session, will examine and approve all the amendments presented, both the ones which are recommended for approval by the Troika and the other amendments on which a different opinion was indicated by the Troika. So I think that is what the meaning of the letter was, and the discussion we had at the Conference of Presidents, which was held in July. At least that's the way we've interpreted it, together with my co-president. Are there any comments or questions on this point? If not, it is so decided. Now, with regard to the voting method, in the letter I spoke of and in the discussion in July, the document on the voting system for the COSAC contribution presented in 2012 was updated by the permanent member of the Secretariat, the Presidency, in consultation with the Troika, and with the support of the Secretariat, therefore proceeded to update this document. And you have this document available. And you have, which is, as I said, an update to the procedure which was defined in 2012 for voting. So this is available to you. Are there any comments or questions in regard of this? If not, it is so decided. And so the last item before our break is letters received by the presidency. We've received a letter from the Swiss Parliament asking us that they be invited to the 52nd COSAC meeting, subject to consultation of the Troika. We invited them to the meeting. We also received a letter from the Georgian Parliament asking to be invited to our assembly, and here again, after consulting the Troika, we extended an invitation to them. And furthermore, this is just by way of information, decision taken by the Italian presidency, we decided to invite as observers we allowed President Catania, named you, who is president of the Regional Assembly of Lombardy, one of the most important regions in Italy, who, as of next January, will be becoming president of the Association of European Legislative Assemblies, and we decided to invite him to be present. But this is something which will also be, and we will decide whether to continue this cooperation with COSAC with the Latvian presidency. It'll be up to the Latvian presidency whether to continue this. And finally, I want to indicate that the Troika presidency received a letter from the European Affairs Committee of the Polish Senate, who pointed out that the final documents of COSAC should be more concise and be more related to the agenda of the meeting. Gunther Baum, from the President of the European Affairs Committee of the Bundestag, supported this position with a subsequent letter. We agree in principle with this position. At the same time, we also wish to point out that in actual fact, in the last 4 presidencies, so starting from the Dublin meeting to continue with the Vilnius and Athens meetings, COSAC final documents were more extensive than in previous cases, and they were generally more extensive than the document we have presented. A table of lengths of documents has been drawn up by our Secretariat, which you can refer to. With regard to the second point raised by colleague Viprut, I would like to stress that the contribution presented does exclusively concern the issues on the agenda of the conference, and which will be debated today and tomorrow. Obviously, everybody, and I'm saying this because we examined some amendments with our colleagues from the Troika. There were some amendments which were not germane to the issues we've selected for our discussion. So in line with that approach, independently of the substantial validity of these amendments, we did not recommend the acceptance of these amendments to remain in line with that position. And we also have a letter from Richard Horshig, President of the European Affairs Committee of the Hungarian Parliament, who provided us with the Visegrad Group European Affairs Committee presidents with regard to the Europe 2020 strategy and the situation up to 2030 with regard to climate and energy issues. This was the information on the letters which the presidency received. Are there any questions or comments on this point? If not, we've come to the end of that section. I'd like to thank our colleagues because there are a lot of points, and so we're 5 minutes early for our break. But I would like you to be on time back, because for the next point, alongside the keynote speakers, including the first Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Timmermans, we've already got 25 people who've asked for the floor. So we will need to be back at 11:30 sharp, so 20 minutes break. Okay, so how do we get to the... Is it on this
Things will
floor?
calm down for you now. I'm going to rush down to the entrance because my daughter's bringing back we only have this one key to the bed and breakfast, and she's going.
Possiamo riprendere, colleghi? Fate suonare. Si può far suonare? Moni. Colleghi, per favore, potete prendere posto, dobbiamo iniziare, stiamo accumulando ritardo altrimenti. Allora, possiamo riprendere questa sessione. Conceti, ma hai detto che c'è? Vicepresidente Timmermans è presente?
Is Vice President Timmermans here?
Qualcuno. Cioè, potete qualcuno avvertire il vicepresidente Timmermans?
Perhaps someone could let Vice President Timmermans know that we're waiting for him.
Bene, allora buongiorno. Possiamo iniziare ora con la seconda sessione che, come sapete,
We can begin with our second session, which, as you know, is on the future of supranational democracy 5 years after the entry into force of the Lisbon Treaty. What role for European institutions and national parliaments? I'd just like to say a few words by way of introduction. First of all, that our experience from the 1990s has shown us that parliaments have an important role to play within the application process of the Lisbon Treaty, and as we know, the CFSP and CSDP have further developed, as well as the Article 13 of the Fiscal Compact, and the cooperation between national parliaments in this framework has also developed further.
There's another comment I'd like to make. I think that it's important to ensure that we have a constructive dialogue between the European Parliament and national parliaments. There's an area of misunderstanding would certainly not strengthen representative democracy, which we want to be a foundation for the construction of the European Union. All of us have decided this. So we need to find an improvement of relations, and certainly not opposition and misunderstanding. Final comment is that we should not restrict ourselves to, this I'm saying to the Commission and European Parliament, to aspects which relate to subsidiarity and proportionality, which are certainly essential, but which cannot be the end-all of be-all and end-all of our relations. We need to also develop complementary areas, and there are points which I already expressed in my initial remarks, which I don't want to repeat. Because I'd like to have our keynote speakers and be able to speak. Thank you, Mr. Kitty. This session will allow us to assess the impact of the innovations introduced by the Lisbon Treaty, particularly following the economic and financial crisis, on the roles of national parliaments. We should not forget, however, that the real problem for our assemblies is the crisis of confidence of citizens with regard to European construction, particularly in relation to recent elections. This crisis of confidence is something which calls into question national parliaments, which certainly can have a fundamental role in bringing citizens closer to Europe by promoting their involvement in decision-making and explaining the advantages of European integration. This would require our parliaments not to stress the self-referential request for greater powers and direct involvement in the European decision-making process. We cannot respond to the crisis by reducing the role and the competence of the Union in favor of national member states. I believe that the lack of confidence of citizens is not so much due to the excess intervention of the European Union, which certainly exists in some areas, but because of the absence of common activities in some areas which are linked to their everyday lives, where individual member states have often shown themselves to be inadequate, and therefore we need to move from the discussion on procedures, which is often self-serving, to seeing how national parliaments can make a constructive contribution to European decision-making, particularly in a strategic way, through the scrutiny of their governments. In this way, the initiative announced by Vice President Timmermans is particularly commendable at his recent visit to the Italian Parliament, where he announced that he would request the members of the European Commission to address national parliaments directly when legal initiatives, legislative initiatives of particular impact are being prepared. And we think that the work carried out during the Italian presidency on an improvement of the institutional mechanisms and the functioning of the European Union, including the role of national parliaments, will make it possible to formulate more concrete proposals in this connection. And thank you very much, and we can begin now. We would like to give the floor to Frans Timmermans, first Vice President of the European Commission. 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
Grazie, signor Presidente. Grazie per
Thank you, President, and thank you for inviting me to the Italian Senate. It's always a pleasure to be in this great city where I lived when I was young, and I am very proud to say that I'm a Roman and a Roma fan.
Now, just to refer to a number of important events today before going into the concrete issues of our debate. And first of all, this is a historic day because today Donald Tusk takes over as President of the European Council. And for me, this is sort of a next step in our common European history. If you look back into Donald's private history, if you look back into where he's from a minority in Poland, his grandfather spent time forcibly in a concentration camp during the Second World War in Neuengamme, and then was forced into the Wehrmacht during the war. His father could only get a menial job. Donald himself went into the student movement in Gdańsk, where he led the fight for freedom in Poland. So he exemplifies, I believe, at least 60 years of our common history in his person. And I think it is of the utmost importance that a personality, that a man like Donald Tusk, a minority representative, a representative of a great European nation that for centuries was never able to determine its own destiny, a great European nation that never could determine its own borders because it was decided either in Germany or in Russia where Poland would be, a great European nation that is now truly independent because it has chosen a destiny in European integration. So anybody who says that there is a contradiction between choosing to be part of the European Union on the one hand and being independent on the other hand is completely wrong. Just look at Poland. Poland is more independent today than it was ever in its history, also thanks to its choice for European integration. My second brief remark is about the exact anniversary, 5 years anniversary of the entry into force of the Charter on Fundamental Rights. I think this is important because those who argue that the Charter of Fundamental Rights are imposed on member states, on citizens, on European institutions, should understand that the Charter was adopted, was ratified by all of you in national parliaments. It was a sovereign choice of every single European nation to vote for and adopt the Charter and to translate it into national law. We don't talk about the Charter a lot, we talk about the treaty more. I just want to put it center stage today because the Charter means that every individual European citizen is protected by law if European institutions take actions that affect them personally or that affect nations. And also when nations implement acts that were decided by them at the European level, they are bound by the Charter. The Charter protects their citizens also against their actions when they implement European legislation. So I believe it is right in this august hall to point to the fact that you, as national parliamentarians, took the sovereign decision 5 years ago to turn the Charter into law for every single European citizen. I am very committed to working more closely with
national parliaments in cooperation with the European Parliament. We have seen Europe in a very, very deep crisis in the last 5-6 years, and a lot of things needed to be done very quickly to prevent European banks from collapsing, to prevent the economy from collapsing, to prevent nations from getting into deep, deep trouble. And during that period, perhaps we neglected a bit the intended relationship between the institutions as it is laid down in the treaty. And I believe that this form of cooperation, the balance we need to strike between the institutions, is of the essence to make sure that all interests of nations, big and small, wherever they are in Europe, are taken into account when taking decisions at the European level. So that is the reason why, that alongside cooperating very closely with the European Parliament, something the Commission has obviously done, always done, and is doing more and more, we need to bring back the Council into the fold. This is a tripod. This is Council, Parliament and Commission. We need to work in a balance between the institutions if we are to respect the letter and the spirit of the Treaty of Lisbon. And to do this, we absolutely need stronger engagement of national parliaments. I was elected to the Dutch Parliament 6 times, and during that period of time, I spent a lot of energy working in COSAC. And if I look at where you are today, if I look at the reports that are being written, I salute all those national parliaments, particularly want to salute the Danish Folketing for what they have done in this area. I believe you've really progressed. National parliaments have really progressed, and the Commission should respond to that along with the European Parliament. I think that, to give you a few examples, I think that the Commission should be more proactive in coming to national parliaments whenever there is an issue that is of importance related to Europe in national parliaments. If national parliaments take the trouble to scrutinize European proposals and they then flag a yellow card, the Commission should respond, and it should not respond along bureaucratic lines. It should respond in a political way, because we all know that sometimes a yellow card is raised because there is a problem with subsidiarity or proportionality, and sometimes a yellow card is raised because there is more a problem with the content of a proposal. And then to dismiss that on procedural grounds, I think, is not the attitude the Commission should take. We should engage and explain in the national parliaments why we have decided to take a certain initiative. We should take on board the criticism formulated in national parliaments. And I think there's one more thing that is very important here. We should do this in close cooperation with the European Parliament. I remember the times when also in this meeting, in COSAC, there was always a confrontation between national parliaments and the European Parliament. There was an opposition between the two, one fearing that the other would take away powers. And that is a sterile attitude of both. I would encourage national parliaments to work closely with the European Parliament that today is more aware of the need to work with national parliaments than it was ever before. And I salute the members of the European Parliament also here, because I've heard from them that there is this willingness to actively cooperate to improve legislation. Now, I think it is also important that we spend more time in impact assessment of propositions we put on the table. Now, the Commission has a system of analysing proposals at the outset before putting them into the legislative procedure. I believe we should devise a system where also the European Parliament and the Council should scrutinise impact assessment along the trajectory of legislation and at the end of the legislative procedure. You know, the old saying that a camel is a horse designed by a committee really applies very often in European legislation, because of political differences of opinion, legislation gets changed a lot in the course of the 2 rounds of negotiations with Parliament and Council. And I would very much like to see an impact assessment on the final product before it is implemented in member states. I also believe there is too often too little attention for the practicalities of implementation of European legislation. And I believe here the national parliaments should also take a greater responsibility in not just looking at European legislation when it is being drafted, but also to look what happens once it is being implemented. Frankly, none of us are very good at that. None of us. nor the Commission, nor the European Parliament, nor national parliamentarians. And many of our citizens, tens of millions, are disenchanted with Europe because they feel this burden of red tape on their necks and they sometimes don't know why, and it's sometimes so cumbersome and unnecessary. And one of the things I really want to try and do in my role is to make sure that after a couple of years, small and medium-sized enterprises across Europe are going to say, hey, we're still not very happy, there's still so much we still need to do, but we do see there's less red tape than a couple of years ago coming from Brussels. I think this is something we all share a responsibility in. If we want 85% of people in jobs in the private sector work for small and medium-sized enterprises in Europe, if we can lift only a few % of the administrative burden of those small and medium-sized enterprises, we will create hundreds of thousands of jobs. We will create them, they will create them, because they don't have to spend the time with nonsense administration. They can spend the time running their business and hiring people to work for them. So I believe there is something directly linked at how we prepare legislation, how we execute legislation, how we check whether the legislation actually does what it is intended to do. That is why I will quickly start consultation for an interinstitutional agreement between Council, Parliament and the Commission for better legislation early next year, so that we devise a system that does what it needs to do. My final point is this. Europe needs to move away from, it would be nice to do this, it would be nice to do that. Europe needs to be doing what needs to be done, nothing more, nothing less. And I believe this is almost a cultural change in the attitude of European institutions to have that position. And I know it's going to be a terrible struggle for me personally, for the Commission, for all of us, to change that convoy of oil tankers and get them to go into another direction. But we owe it to 500 million Europeans who are too disenchanted with this project that brought more peace to this continent than any other project did before. We owe it to them to make it better, to make it focused, to leave to the member states what belongs to the member states, and to solve problems we can only solve at the European level. I will be committed to that. I hope that you will be my partners in that. I am willing to look at any measure national parliamentarians deem necessary to reach that, obviously without having to change a treaty. I am responsible for protecting the elements in the treaty. I can't go beyond the treaty. I don't want to go beyond the treaty, but I still believe there is so much we can do within the remit of the treaty to more engage national parliaments, both in drafting legislation and in checking existing legislation and getting rid of red tape and making sure Europe does what Europe needs to do. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Grazie.
Thank you, Vice President. Now, the floor to Ms. Hübner, President of the Constitutional Affairs Committee of the European Parliament. And I think that we need to close the list of speakers because we already have 32 people who've asked for the floor. And so we're now closing the list. You have the floor.
Thank you, President. I also would like to share the feelings that Frans Timmermans has just presented. I am very proud that representative of my nation, our ex-Prime Minister, is taking over the responsibility for Europe. And we keep our fingers crossed, and we will do, I think, in cooperation, everything to make Europe really be a better Europe for all of us in the future. But I would also like to start on a more personal note with a comment that comments that come from my heart, and I would like to start with a kind of comment on a rhetoric manner of the supranational democracy. I have serious doubt whether this is the language to be chosen. I do not believe we can get citizens on board if this is a default word of choice to describe the nature of European democracy. And my second comment is that democratic legitimacy, I think today, would not be such a difficult political and institutional challenge for Europe if Europe were really prepared to give itself a real political identity. But as we know, this is not the case. And also I hope that most of you would agree with me that democratic legitimacy challenge would be also less daunting if we took the Article 11 more seriously. Article 11, which is declaring the need, the responsibility of institutions vis-à-vis the citizens, that obliges institutions to provide citizens with an opportunity to have a debate, but also to participate in the decision making. And I think you would also agree with me that this new form of citizens' participation, which is the European Citizens' Initiative, is also far from using its full potential. So I hope that we will all be working also on making it a better use instrument. But let me also say that moving towards the ultimate democratization of European institutions and of European decision making cannot be just declared as a target, as a remote target. I think this is about the process of doing things, and I think you cannot reach finally democracy unless you do the democracy in the way you're working on the daily basis. And I think that democratic legitimacy should be the way we do our job as European and national institutions in Europe. I think rather soon we will be in the hands, Europe will be in the hands of generations that have absolutely no link, not factual, but also emotionally, no link to the historic origins of the European integration. And I think they can fly in any direction, and they will have a wholly new sense of what is possible. And I believe that it would be really better before they take forward Europe forward from us, that union is a union with very small amount of deficiencies in legitimation. And that's why our job is also important from this perspective, because today we have a lot of deficiencies in legitimation, and to a certain extent, of course, they are explained by the fact that the mandates, democratic mandates that our governments come to European institutions are having a national scope. And in this context, of course, the European Parliament is the only democratically elected by citizens European institutions where political decision-making takes place not on the basis of national mandates, but on the basis of the interest, European interest, generalized across national borders. Every time we meet in the context of COSACs, we admit that the European Parliament role and its legitimacy has been boosted in the Treaty of Lisbon. And we also, every time we meet, we admit that the treaty broadened the possibilities for the national parliaments to participate alongside the European institutions in the work of the Union. So we do have strong treaty foundation for the work we must do, but we still see in the treaty a lot of space, a lot of potential which is not used. And I think I agree here with the European Commission, with Frans Timmermans, that first of all we should focus today on how to better use all the potential that the Treaty of Lisbon is offering to us to make Europe democratically legitimized to our citizens. But it's not a one-off, it cannot be just a one-off action, because the life brings new democratic challenges, and the crisis has brought especially serious democratic challenges. It brought a greater, you can call it centralization, or you can call it a shift of competences from national level to European level, or also to institutions like the ECB, the European Central Bank, that do not have the direct mandate coming from the citizens. So we also live in a situation where the European market, finalization of it, adding to it digital market, adding to it more efficiently services, adding to it energy union, all that means that we are having more and more of it, but at the same where the borders in practice disappear, but democracy remains really national democracy, which is our tradition in Europe. So democracy remains confined to national frontiers. And also if you think of the technological change, especially ICT, we also have a different citizen today with the access to social media, citizen with an unlimited unlimited access to information, who by definition wants to participate, wants to be taken seriously in all the decisions that are made and that affect their life. So it is up to us, parliaments, national parliaments, but also regional, local assemblies and European Parliament, to facilitate all the new ways to involve citizens and boost their role in debating and participating in the decisions. I also think that what is very important today is that democratic legitimacy depends not also on institutions. It's not only politics. Democratic legitimacy depends also on the popular accountability of institutions. And this is enhanced by changes in procedures, such as the Spitzenkandidat and the recent event that we had in Europe. It can be also further enhanced by a potentially increased transparency of the European Council. And we expect here a change from the new president, but it could be also strongly enhanced, this democratic legitimacy, if we had a higher turnout in the European elections. And this is a task for us, I think, to deliver on it before the next election come. And also I would like to say that we are not starting from scratch. If you look at what we did with European governance, we have introduced a lot of novelties that help to make the European decision-making more legitimate in the context of democracy. So just to finalize, to conclude, I would just like to say that we all recognize through the history of European integration the role of national parliaments in the evolution. You ratify the treaties, you participate in the transposition. I just need one more minute, half a minute even, just to finalize. And also your participation in transposition of European legislation in many, many areas. But the European Union today is not a nation-state organism, and the legitimacy of its decisions derives from the interplay between all levels of democratic governance, and it needs interparliamentary cooperation and needs what Frans Timmermans said, a close cooperation between all institutions that matter for Europe, that have impact on Europe, that can make Europe look better in the eyes of the European citizens. Thank you.
Many thanks. Now, the floor, 7 minutes to Lord Boswell, who's President of the EU Select Committee of the House of Lords. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm delighted to have this opportunity to speak on a subject which has been central to the work of my committee in recent years. We published our report on the role of national parliaments in the European Union in March. I well remember the extremely helpful round-table discussion we had at the Vilnius COSAC just over a year ago, and I want to thank all colleagues for their engagement on this important issue, and I hope that you see your contributions reflected in our report. Our starting point is that we are all in this together: national parliaments, the European Parliament, the Commission, and national governments. We must work together to make the Union more democratic, more secure, and more prosperous. So it's disappointing that the potential of the Lisbon Treaty has not been wholly fulfilled. Lisbon enhanced the European Parliament's role in Union lawmaking, and that Parliament has matured into this role. We have a much more rigorous and transparent legislative process as a result. However, Lisbon failed to set out a coherent role for national parliaments. Instead, it introduced the yellow card procedure, the main function explicitly conferred upon national parliaments in the treaties. But this is subject to numerical thresholds and strict deadlines, which pose in practice real practical difficulties for many chambers of our parliaments. Colleagues, I don't underestimate the symbolic importance of the yellow card, but it involves us too late in the process of policy development, and it casts us in a reactive role. we often become the ones shouting no from the sidelines. So sometimes the former Commission closed ranks behind a legalistic and dismissive response to the work of national parliaments, rather than going out to them to hear their concerns. Yet, with goodwill on all sides, the yellow card procedure can be improved. It does not need further treaty amendment. The key is for the Commission itself to respond to national parliaments' concerns more positively. And I look to First Vice President Timmermans for help with this. Certainly his frankness and engagement today have been greatly appreciated. But the yellow card procedure will never be enough in itself to give national parliaments a meaningful role in the Union. Lisbon did not resolve the big question: how can national parliaments, in the words of Article 12 of that treaty, contribute actively to the good functioning of the Union? I say actively, not merely reactively. At a time when the democratic legitimacy of the whole Union is threatened, with a long-term fall in turnout at European elections, the rise of extremist groups and continuing economic hardship, we urgently need to find some answers. The fact is that alongside the supranational institutions of Europe, there are also 28 sovereign nations represented here by our 41 parliamentary chambers. It's our job, not that of the European Parliament, to provide democratic oversight of the actions of national governments in this context. Meanwhile, we must recognise that national parliaments like us have many other pressing domestic political interests. It can be difficult for us to focus on Europe, and when we do, each individual parliament's influence is limited by arithmetic. Even if every parliament held a veto over its own government's actions in Europe, each would only possess 1/28 of a decisive say. So we need to be moving beyond conventional scrutiny at national level of our governments, important as that is, but to go on to find a way to add a key ingredient of national democratic legitimacy to the European mix. We need a new approach to involving national parliaments collectively in the development of European policies and laws. That means a fundamental reconfiguring of the existing political dialogue. The Commission must go out to national parliaments and engage them early on in policy development and impact assessment. National parliaments, in return, have to be more agile, ready to develop new ways of thinking and new working practices. Many good ideas have already been put forward, and they need to be fully explored. 29 of us signed a letter in June, suggested by our Danish colleagues, proposing a working group to do just this. We must keep the pressure up on this. At the same time, we must avoid any false opposition between the role of national parliaments and that of the European Parliament. This is not a zero-sum game. We fully recognise the European Parliament's democratic mandate. But there's plenty of work for all of us, and the proper spirit should be one of comity and mutual respect. Colleagues, in order to be more effective, we must also be selective. We must focus on issues of major importance, coordinating our efforts so as to develop a flexible political dialogue with the European institutions. This dialogue must be transparent and inclusive. It should not be monopolised by a small number of national parliamentary chambers. We may also have to consider giving COSAC Secretariat greater support. This will require some investment, so we will have to be clear in explaining what we're trying to achieve. Dear colleagues, parliaments in all our countries have succeeded historically where they have been robust in asserting themselves and in defending the liberties and rights of individual citizens. That is still at heart our job today, but it is made much more challenging by the complexities of a union of 28 member states. So we need to work together in demanding genuine political dialogue between European institutions and national parliaments. It will require goodwill, determination and hard work, but I believe that by working together, we will succeed in it. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. And now the last of the keynote speakers, Marc Angel, Chairman of the Foreign and European Affairs Committee of the Chamber of Deputies of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg.
Thank you, Chairman, for giving me the floor. Excellencies, dear Commissioner and dear fellow parliamentarians from national and also from the European Parliament, I would like first to thank the Italian presidency for their successful work and for having us here and organizing this important meetings. And I would also like to start by pointing you out some specifics of the procedures of the Luxembourg Parliament, and this also gives the point of view of a smaller country and of a smaller parliament. In our parliament, we only have 60 members, and the foreign and European affairs are dealt in one committee. We don't have two separate committees. And Commissioner Timmermans said that it's very important, the collaboration between the European Parliament and the national parliament. And I think this cooperation starts at home. And therefore, we have our committee comes in every Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Then our MEPs are still home. They don't have to travel so far to get to Brussels and Strasbourg. And they're invited to all our meetings. And now, since the European elections, we have changed this. Every Monday after the session in Strasbourg, they come to our committee and they have priority, they have the floor, and they tell us what is going on in Strasbourg in the plenary and what is going on in Brussels in their committee meetings, and then we have a fruitful exchange with them. Also in our parliamentary group, different parliamentary groups, and I can talk for my parliamentary group, the Socialist Group, we try to have at least 3 meetings a year where we come together. We only have one MEP, unfortunately, but to come together with her to discuss also what is going on in the Socialist and Democrat group in Brussels. So I think cooperation between national and European Parliament starts at home, and we have to engage a broad dialogue with our colleagues from Brussels and Strasbourg. As the chairman of this European and Foreign Affairs Committee, I also now plan, together with our Speaker of the House, to have 2 or 3 meetings a year with high representatives of our permanent representation in Brussels. This gives us the opportunity to have a view in what happens in this complicated comitology in Brussels, and we hope to get a better overview of the legislative procedure in Brussels. In this context, I would like to underline that our Parliament reckons that the implication of Select Committee, since we don't have a European Committee, we transfer all the documents to the Select Committees, and that the implication of these Select Committees is very important. My aim as the chairman of the European and Foreign Affairs Committee is that the public knows that all 60 MPs, all 60 members of our parliament have, beside their local, regional and national dimension, a European dimension. And when they are out with the public, when they tell the public, when they try to blame Brussels for some initiative, the public has to know that also they are part of Brussels, that they are part of this procedure. And if we succeed in this, I think this will be very positive for the perspective how our citizens see the European politics, because we are part of Brussels too, back home. Recently also our Parliament has introduced a new electronic petition system, and some of the citizens have brought up European subjects in this online petition, and this gives us as MPs also the possibility, the way to see how European matters are perceived by our citizens and to enter into a dialogue with our citizens. I also organized in July a big hearing or a big audition on the TTIP agreement, and we had representatives of all the NGOs, of consumer organizations, of the Chamber of Commerce, the American Chamber of Commerce, representatives from the financial and economic world, and there was also our MEPs were invited, and also the Commission sent us the chef de cabinet of the former trade commissioner, and we had during the whole day a broad debate on TTIP, and this was also broadcasted live on TV, and people can see it on the internet. So I think this is also very important to raise public awareness of European matters. So, on one hand, it's therefore essential to enhance communication between national parliaments and the European institution, and especially by deepening the political dialogue, for instance, with the addition also of a green card, and foresee a closer involvement in the procedure leading to new commercial agreements. Now the Treaty of Lisbon is 5 years old, and at the beginning we had the Parliament negotiated with the government a kind of aide-mémoire, a document how we see our relations. It was based very much on a document which the German Bundestag had with the Foreign Ministry in Germany. And now we have this document, and we have to evaluate now how we can better communicate with our government, how our government has to be more proactive with the Parliament. And I agree that the Council has to have a bigger role to play in this interinstitutional framework. And I hope that our government will help us to make this communication between government and Parliament better. So if you allow, I continue in French. Donc l'initiative Barroso en 2006 et l'entrée en vigueur du traité de Lisbonne en 2009 envers des nouvelles perspectives, comme nous le savons tous.
This will allow us to contribute more actively to strengthening the European Union by developing the interests of MEPs for European interests. We still have a lot of progress to be made. National parliaments and the institutions in Brussels have a long way to go. We repeat at every meeting we have here that the Commission's response to political opinions are oftentimes vague and late. We might question ourselves about the real impact of these political opinions and of European legislation. In the name of the Luxembourg Parliament, I greet efforts by the European Commission to improve their delay in answering. And I would just go back to what Commissioner Timmermans said to us here today. President Juncker said that the commissioners should be present and should not just be present in the capital. I think civil servants in the institution should represent all of the 28 member states. We call the ESO European Semester officers also. So it's important for us to be in contact with these ESOs. And that's a very good advance there made by the Commission. I think we could also have exchange of good practices. This would ensure continuity in our work. I'm available for any questions and throughout lunch. I thank you for your attention.
Grazie.
Many thanks. I'd like to thank all the keynote speakers. Now we begin the question and answer session. We have 34 people on the list. So I think we have to allot 1 minute per question or comment. And I think we'll have to listen to all 34 and then give the floor to the keynote speakers for any comments they'd like to make on the comments, on the statements of the discussants. Now, to keep to a minute, there are 2 ways to proceed. If you have noticed, the microphone flickers more quickly 10 minutes before the 1 minute mark. I try to avoid ringing the bell. So I think that we should take notice of the 10 seconds before the 1 minute elapses. First speaker is Michael Stubkin from Germany.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you much indeed, President. I'm afraid, since I only have 1 minute, all I can mention very briefly are 2 things. First of all, my gratitude to Mr. Boswell for what he said with respect to the practice of parliamentary scrutiny. I'd like to very clearly approve of the fact that the subsidiarity control and scrutiny deadline of 8 weeks must be extended, because that is simply enough time, as it has been proven to do good work. Then there's another problematic development I'd like to mention. In the Lisbon Treaty, we have a so-called fast-track procedure, the so-called trilogue procedure, which we need, of course, so that in emergencies, when things are urgent, we can act efficiently. However, our analysis in the German Bundestag has shown that since coming into power of the Lisbon Treaty, over 80% of European legislation has gone through this trilogue procedure. So something must be wrong there. We think the trilogue has to be the exception because in the fast-track procedure, we only have very few rapporteurs. There's no involvement of the public. There's only one reading in the European Parliament, and therefore the possibilities and opportunities for parliamentary and citizens' involvement, according to the Lisbon Treaty, are extremely restricted. And this is why I'd like to ask the Commission and the European Parliament to make sure that in future the trilogue becomes the exception it is supposed to be, according to the Lisbon Treaty. Thank you.
Thank you. As you see, colleagues, 20 minutes ago, the deadline elapsed for the presentation of amendments. So I don't know how many amendments there are. There'll be one item on the Troika meeting, and then at 5 o'clock, the President's meeting. Mr. Sirikas from Cyprus.
Thank you, Chairman. Distinguished colleagues, 5 years after the procedure we're talking about today, we know that we're in a situation of democratic deficit in Europe, which, of course, is due to the situation of economic crisis that we're living in, which is leading to a definite and ultimate alienation of Europe from its own citizens. How can we reduce the democratic deficit? That must be our absolute priority. It's becoming more and more urgent. And this can only be achieved if we strengthen the role of the national parliaments within the procedure of decision-making in the European Union, which we all live in. The existing yellow card procedure has to be strengthened and deepened so that we can ensure that the European Commission will be forced to withdraw or amend proposals for legislation, and so that it doesn't have the only decision-making power as to whether legislation is actually approved and comes into force. Also, what has been said about the strengthening of the role of national parliaments is, of course, a very good basis for discussion with respect to this issue. And therefore, we believe that this also has to be the subject of discussion in the working group, which has been requested by the chairman of the European Affairs Committees of the national parliaments. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Mr. Moe from Belgium.
Thank you, President. Firstly, I want to thank the Italian presidency, and in particular, I would like to thank them for recalling the values of the European Union and the fight against the trivialization of xenophobia. And in relation to the collaboration with the European Parliament and national parliaments, we could strengthen the use of the yellow card if needed. We could also use the green card, but this should be as part of building Europe. Vice President Timmermans, you proposed some concrete elements. First of all, I want to highlight how the Italian presidency has focused on how we need to focus on co-funding of the structural funds. This co-financing of the Stability and Growth Pact affects the deficits and also reduces growth. A second point, microphone, in terms of collaboration, we should ensure that this treaty doesn't lead to a dismantling of our European regulations for social and environmental protection. And finally, we need to underline the fact that Eurojust and Europol are necessary, but we need to ensure that these are working in European terms and ensure that everyone is focusing on the protection of private life.
Thank you. Mr. Mota Pinto from Portugal.
5 anos depois da entrada em vigor.
Thank you, President. 5 years after the entry into force of the Lisbon Treaty, we find that the space for subsidiarity between national parliaments and the European Parliament has been greatly reduced. The possibility of expressing opinions on political substance is not very broad. This should not be seen, I agree, as competition with the European Parliament or an obstacle to integration. We should focus our efforts and try to focus political dialogue on concrete issues with the commitment to Parliament and the Commission in order to take into account other positions. I'd like to stress that the European Commission that the European Parliament does not have a parallel house as we have at the Bundestag or in the US Congress. Therefore, we have to have an improved interaction between parliaments, so greater interconnection between national parliaments. This is essential. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hopkins, United Kingdom.
There is an English expression, charity begins at home, and I think democracy begins at home too. Certainly in Britain, the primary focus of the citizens' democratic aspirations is the national parliament and the national government. If asked by whom they wish to be governed and where the balance of power should be, the overwhelming view of British voters would be that the national parliament should have primacy, and that would be true even of those who wish to remain members of the EU. The essence of democracy is the power of people through elections to change governments, and in Britain and other member states, if voters don't like their government, they can change them from Labour to Conservative and vice versa. This is not the case in the EU, where even big swings of voter opinion can make little difference to the direction of policy, and Commission officials simply carry on where they left off before elections. I speak as a democratic socialist, one who wishes to promote socialist policies to restore the social democracy which is steadily and stealthily being unpicked by the EU. The EU is in reality an agent of neoliberalism which works against the interests of working people, creating unemployment, slow or even negative growth and inequality. EU support for the TTIP is clear evidence of the EU's neoliberal heart. There should, in my view, be a decisive shift of democratic power and economic power back from the EU to member state parliaments to demonstrate a serious commitment to democracy.
Grazie.
Thank you. Ms. Kier Hansen from Denmark.
Thank you very much. Allow me first of all to welcome Mrs. Hübner in the COSAC. I do hope that we will have a fruitful cooperation because the more we stick together, the better it will be. And for instance, I hope that we will see more rapporteurs attending meetings in national parliaments so that we can gain from the work you are doing. And to Mr. Timmermans, what a pleasure to listen to you today. That gives me hope that in the future we can improve things. And thank you so much for your positive comments on including national parliaments more in the work. I would like to, I want to say that the more we get involved, the more it has to do about democratic legitimacy. And I think the European Parliament and the national parliament are really standing together on how to see how we can improve people's trust in EU. My question to you today is that you have been talking about involving national parliaments in the Commission. How do you intend to do that? Thank you.
Grazie.
Many thanks. Mr. Kirkilas, Lithuania.
Grazie, Presidente. Ačiū, Presidente. Noriu pasveikinti.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to congratulate Italy for a very successful presidency, and I would like to wish all the best for Latvia, who takes over the presidency of the EU Council. The topic that we are discussing today is very important, and only because 7 years ago I was one of the persons who signed the treaty, but also because that I strongly believe that without strong national parliaments, we cannot have strong democracy in Europe. Political dialogue between national governments and national parliaments, as well as the European Commission, should be based on cooperation between all the parties. And we do hope that we will be able to meet with the members of the Commission not only during the presidency. During the 51st COSAC meeting, we talked about a working group
regarding the review of the role of national parliaments. We hope that this will be done. And the constructive relations between the European Parliament and national parliaments are of the utmost importance, and we haven't yet achieved this goal, and we should look for more ways how to strengthen this cooperation between all parliaments.
Au revoir, Francia.
Thank you, Ms. Auroy, France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. À mon
Thank you, President, and I would like to thank the Italian presidency also in particular for bringing this debate to the agenda. I want to remind you that disenchantment, I can't really call it anything else, among European citizens and in the Union is present. In order to tackle this, representatives of national parliaments and European parliaments are key. They have to resume that dialogue. That's why our French Parliament is extremely committed to seeing a rapid concretization of the budget plans. And we're going to do this in line with national budgets. We think that is key. This will allow us to reassure our citizens. We're going to associate national parliaments closer to the European Parliament to reflect on and to know the key moments of the European semester. This should be a key tool for democracy in the EU. Citizens will feel that we're no longer hiding things from them as they're told at the present. So this tool will allow us to be clear, and it will allow us to implement this easier. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foutio, Greece.
Mr. Timmermans, I was pleased to hear his speech. I'd like to congratulate you and wish you all the best for your work. The last 5 years in Europe have not been the best in Europe's history. The debt crisis led to severe austerity policy, and the results could have been predicted by economic theory: recession, unemployment, social decline, and deflation. A restriction of democratic rights and individual rights, undermining of justice in politics, and the rise of extreme right and fascism. I mean, in the face of all of this, I can only ask you, Mr. Timmermans, do you know and approve of the fact that the Troika put pressure on the Greek government not to further cut the existing pensions, which are already on a starvation level and no more than a pittance for those receiving them, and that otherwise they would not receive the next installment of the loan earmarked for Greece? And which action, Mr. Timmermans, do you intend to take in order to defend Article 153 of the Treaty and Article 34 of the Human Rights Charter?
Thank you, Mr. Spinrad from Germany.
Thank you, President. Of course, the composition of the European Parliament is not the one we had hoped for. I still, nevertheless, have the impression that the European Parliament came out stronger out of the elections this summer, and therefore can also play a more important role in future. And I think this also has to do with the fact that the leading candidates and the election of the President of the European Commissioner from these leading candidates was a very good and favorable process, which was well received. And now I think that the trust and confidence put in the President of the new Commission needs to be used in the right way in order to make sure that the European Parliament can also play the role that it should be playing. And you probably know that we've had some problems in this respect with the German Constitutional Court. Of course, we need to find solutions for us in Europe, not only in Germany, but for me, from a German point of view, as far as legislation is concerned, I think that the European Parliament is the original parliament for Europe. But if it doesn't have an initiative right, if it can't actually take initiatives for legislation, where are we ever going to get? Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Mr. Szczerski, Poland.
Szanowni Państwo, myślę, że jeśli mówimy o demokracji w Europie, to 3 wartości są szczególnie ważne: subsydiarność, odpowiedzialność i
We have 3 essential values in Europe: subsidiarity and dialogue, and also responsibility. Here we've heard of cooperation between national parliaments and the European Parliament. I think that there should be more national parliaments in the European Parliament also to make proposals for European legislation. But when the European Commission responds to doubts of national parliaments, as the example of the European Public Prosecutor's Office, we did not have a good example. The essential thing is that changes in Europe be established through treaties, because it is treaties that make it possible for implementation of measures included in them to be subject to scrutiny. Another point is we cannot give citizens instruments which we then take away from them, because we really require a dialogue with the European Commission.
Ora, signora Bat.
Thank you. Ms. Battet, Spain.
Thank you, President. Mr. Timmermans began his speech by saying that he would like, thanks to the European Union, we're freer and more independent. I would add to that we're also more useful for citizens, because as Ms. Hübner said, the democratic supranational power must be strengthened so that it can face the challenges of non-democratic powers which are becoming organised on a global scale. Certainly, national parliaments have increased their role in monitoring the principle of subsidiarity within the European Union. However, we must be careful when using the subsidiarity checking by Eurosceptics and by people who want to question the work of the European Union, and by people who want to remove legitimacy from the European Parliament. I think that the role of national parliaments must be part of institutional loyalty by strengthening European institutions, in particular the European Parliament. Lord Boswell spoke about the fact that the Lisbon Treaty doesn't contemplate clearly what role national parliaments can play in a positive terms. One idea would be that COSAC could have states debates with the European Union and with resolutions approved by all national parliaments, and this would contribute positively to the construction of the European Union and to strengthening its institutions. It would also increase legitimacy of the European Parliament. Thank you.
Grazie. Signor Lecht.
Mr. Lecht, Netherlands.
Thank you, President. I would like to thank Frans Timmermans, who until recently was our Minister for European Affairs, and with whom we had many constructive discussions on this topic. To be effective, we should be selective, as we pointed in the report Ahead in Europe. We aim for a COSAC, which is a concrete platform for cooperation. Less long speeches and more open discussions. Less plenary meetings and more informal meetings and talks. Less paper trails, more parliamentary initiatives. This is a challenge for subsequent presidencies, including the Dutch EU presidency, for which we will welcome you in The Hague in 2016. Whether we as politicians are in favor or against Europe, COSAC can be our platform. Whether we represent European Parliament or national parliaments, the COSAC can be our platform. Whether we welcome you new European policies proposals or we are against it, COSAC can be our platform. And this platform should be concrete and practical. In a working group, as proposed by my colleague Eva Kjær Hansen, or in stimulating inclusive political dialogues, as Lord Boswell proposes. In our learning from each other, as the Tweede Kamer had done an academic research report on parliamentary practices, I will send this to you after we've presented it the 3rd of December. And I invite you all to the 19th of January to discuss a small working group, and we can call it a cluster of interest, for concrete parliamentary cooperation. We will organize this in a close cooperation with the Latvian presidency in preparation for our next meeting in Riga. And I will send you an email later this month, but because we could discuss details during meetings and the corridors today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you. Mr. Bizet from France. Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, The Lisbon Treaty undoubtedly allowed progress for European democracy. The procedure to appoint the new Commission was a clear example of this. But allow me some comments. First of all, Europe should the President of the Council should play a clear role, and we have to give them a greater political legitimacy. Another remark with regard to the 28-member Commission, I don't think this is a sign of effectiveness, and I would like to commend Mr. Juncker with a very interesting structure with the roles established to Vice President. And we should not have, we should comply with the treaties, not go beyond the representatives of 2/3 of the members. Apart from some exceptions, for example, defence, qualified majority should be the rule in council meetings. It seems legitimate to prevent that there be, we don't use the concept of enhanced cooperation enough, and we could use it in the energy sector. I'd also like to stress that as part of a more interactive interaction, the Commission should respond more swiftly to reasoned opinions and to respond to Lord Boswell. I'd like national parliaments to have a right to undertake initiatives, the famous green card. Thank you.
Sì.
Thank you. Mr. Hannigan from Ireland.
I'm delighted that Vice President Timmermans is here to listen to this important issue. We've been talking about this issue in many COSAC meetings. We've been talking about trying to improve relations between the national parliaments and the Commission. And I know that you're speaking to other members here today about what we can do. We have two suggestions. First, national parliaments must send the letter of intent on the legislative programme at the same time as this letter goes to other institutions. In that way, we would be able to discuss it and bring our ideas back to you. Second, we need to have a yearly meeting on one day between national parliaments and the European Commission so that we can discuss topical issues. We wish you all the best in your role.
Grazie.
Many thanks. Mr. Mondika from Croatia.
Zahvaljujem, gospodine predsjedavajući.
Thank you, President. Even if the Lisbon Treaty was called a Treaty of National Parliaments, the decision at decision at European level for national parliaments is very limited, both with regard to competences and subsidiarity. There are many legislative proposals, but acts that really afford the possibility of being effective in national parliaments are not very many. Often it occurs that national parliaments consider it more rational to work within their countries rather than deciding at the European Union. And so we consider that the role of national parliaments is very important, and we need to create new rules. And this is an important initiative because in this way parliaments will be able to take part in the creation of decisions, European decisions, in this way directly.
Thank you. As I come from the European Parliament, the first question we have to answer is collaboration with national parliaments. Certainly, that's key. We need to do that through COSAC and by using all instruments which we can improve and perfect. This is an issue of democratic legitimacy and effectiveness in representation. We need to look for efficiency when we're giving answers to citizens. Therefore, I think we should not lose sight of this. 64 years ago, we heard that countries were too small to guarantee prosperity and well-being of our future generations. That is why we cannot move backwards. We cannot look back. We need to perfect collaboration. We need to ensure that we have effectiveness in our representation, and we need to ensure that we can solve our problems for our citizens. Our goal and our sole opportunity is the European goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Friedrich, Germany.
Herr Vorsitzender.
Thank you, Chairman. Distinguished participants, I have 3 questions. My first question, I would like to know which ways you see in order to make sure that the new architecture that we see in the banking union, the fiscal pact and so forth, how this architecture can be made democratic or brought into a democratic form which actually complies with the standards of the European Union. Secondly, parliamentarism, parliamentary work needs the public. Here we're talking about 28 national publics that need to be serviced with information. And the European perspective may be different in each country according to the national governments and what sort of statements they give their public. So how can we promote this process, this information sharing process? And thirdly, how can we approach the TTIP process and problems linked thereto as parliamentary committees? What about ratification and the mixed agreement and the issue as to we can't take 10 months in order to find out what the negotiation basis of an agreement is from the Commission? There has to be a link back to the Parliament there.
Thank you, Ms. Mutonen, Austria.
Thank you very much indeed. So what we're seeing, ladies and gentlemen, is that there's lots of potential and lots that can still be improved in the European Union. I think the key to success here is the double democratic legitimacy that we need to seek to achieve for the European Union, and that can only go via the Parliament. We also need to look into the subsidiarity control procedures for the national parliaments. I think there's much to be improved there because for the national parliaments, this is simply not good enough so far. We also need a stronger role for national parliaments in ongoing legislative processes. That would also make a lot of sense. This has been addressed by various speakers, the same as the free trade agreements and TTIP, but there doesn't really seem to be any way for parliaments to become practically involved in this. We therefore need to look at all of these issues, but I think where we need to become most active is within the Eurozone, where we need more integration, where we need more democratic involvement. Otherwise, we will not have the agreement of the public in the long run. Thank you.
Grazie. Thank you. Mr. Trentaphilos, Greece.
Thank you very much indeed. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Italian presidency on the excellent organization of this meeting. Dear colleagues, if we all see that there are specific problems within the European Union that we need to solve, then the only conclusion that we can draw all together is that parliamentary cooperation within the European Union can definitely lead to more cooperation in general. But we have to concentrate on what brings us together and not what divides us. We have to respect differences in others, because today more than ever we need results, we need effects in Europe and on a European level, because more and more every day there are more and more problems that have an international and even supranational dimension, and therefore for every citizen in the entire European Union this is a very important point indeed. So we need more publicity for European politics, and we need a stronger role for national parliaments and the European Parliament alike. So here, what we need to do is decide, finally, that we want to give a priority not only to the European Parliament and to our national parliaments, but also to the European citizen himself and herself. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Mr. Wibrot from Poland.
Panie Przewodniczący, kiedy...
Mr. President, when we have been discussing the functioning of the Lisbon Treaty for 5 years, we need to recall, because there are a number of members of the Convention here in this room, what the expectations were with regard to transparency, simplification, an improved decision-making system. I think that in some of these areas we've taken steps forward, but the balance between the European Parliament, the Commission and national parliaments is right, but we do still have some doubts. And this is all an area where we still have to make improvements. We see a lot of flaws. For example, the low turnout of citizens in elections and the crisis, which leads to an increase of nationalism, and integration also does not seem to be proceeding at a regular pace, at the same pace and in the way we would have liked. And so we definitely need more cohesion, and this is something which has been said by my Polish colleague and also by Mr. Renzi, that European Union should be present everywhere. And I believe that Commissioner Timmermans will achieve these goals in the national parliaments of our countries too.
Sciarchi, Regno Unito. Prego.
Second biannual report sets out many proposals for ensuring the more effective participation of national parliaments. For example, many parliaments find the current yellow card system unsatisfactory. There is a view that the Commission does not consistently provide the required detail with draft legislation. Many chambers supported the idea of a green card. The report was clear about all this and more. It is less clear about how to proceed. But if we are to avoid the trap of marginal and self-referential debate, so profoundly warned against by Michele Bordo, we must decide how to proceed. We do have proposals. Now we need to decide what to do about them.
Grazie.
Thank you. Mr. Tikvar, Romania.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, today is the National Day of Romania, and the fact that I'm here with you in this important day has a very emotional value for me, and I think a symbolic value for my country, and I want to thank you all for this. At the same time, and let me continue speaking Romania, vreau să le mulțumesc raportorilor pentru efortul depus și aș vrea să-i rog să elaboreze pe 3 teme, 3 concepte care cred eu că au legătură cu tema pe care astăzi o avem în atenție. Repatrierea de competențe este prima temă. Este clar că avem nevoie de o reformă a Uniunii, dar o reformă a Uniunii care să întărească Uniunea și nu să o slăbească. Eu nu cred că repatrierea de competențe ajută foarte mult în acest sens. Un al doilea aspect
can be defined in the following terms. The second issue is connected to the relationship between fiscal union and political union. And the third aspect, which I would like to have your opinion on, is the qualified majority, since we still have 75 areas in which decisions have to be taken with an absolute majority. Thank you.
Grazie. Ora la parola il signor Sedo, Spagna.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. I agree with the requests made from my colleagues for greater coordination between the EU institutions and the European Parliament and national parliaments. If national parliaments are solely dedicated on assessing the principle of subsidiarity, then we are not doing good in the eyes of Europe. If we are imposing regulations on top of European regulations, then we're not favouring Europe. I think it's important to have effective cooperation between national parliaments and the European Parliament. This will ensure that we can guarantee that Europe is built based on legitimacy from its citizens and with a more European and not national vision. If we don't guarantee this, then we're going to leave member state governments to use the decisions, EU decisions, as a kind of justification, like an excuse for their policy decisions and even excuses for their mistakes. So the Commission needs to guarantee that this coordination exists by defending the common European interest. That is its mission, and I would like the Vice President Timmermans to give us some lines as to how that could occur. Thank you.
Grazie. Ora sì.
Thank you. Mr. Gelazewski, Poland.
Napięcia pomiędzy Komisją Europejską, Parlamentem Europejskim.
The tension between the European Commission and the European Parliament and national parliaments is something which is wholly natural. Citizens will take part in the European debate if these tensions concern a discussion on the project for development of Europe, but they'll throw us out if we spend our time dealing with procedural issues. One of these procedural issues is the delegated acts of the European Commission, which practically eliminate national parliaments from a debate on legislative change. I therefore would like to ask the Vice President to reflect on this fact and on the possibility of eliminating this type of procedure. Other important issue is horizontal relations. We are in the Weimar Triangle and the Visegrad group, and we are part of other agreements with Baltic countries. This is a very good model which you can adopt because it's very helpful.
Olanda, prego. Signora, scusi.
Thank Italy for the hospitality of this program and its presidency, and also congratulate Mr. Timmermans with his appointment as Commissioner. We know Mr. Timmermans as supporting a democratic Europe. I think my experience is that we have enough instruments for the moment a Commission proposal is released. But I would ask Mr. Timmermans to look for improvements before and after that moment. Before, our influence during the consultation phase could be improved, and I think as a concrete example that in a final Commission proposal a specific paragraph could be inserted with the positions of the national parliaments with a motivated response of the European Commission. Furthermore, I would like to ask Mr. Timmermans how the transparency during the negotiations process within the Council could be improved, taking into account the judgments of the Court on Access Info Europe. And I would like to stress the remark also that Germany made towards the European Parliament. I think first reading should be used very cautiously in order to further the public debate in a trialogue stage. And finally, I would like to welcome the installment of a working group. I hope it can be embedded in the COSAC methodology, and also with the involvement of all parliaments, including the European Parliament.
Grazie. Signora Bregu, Albania.
Thank you, Ms. Bregu. From Albania, please.
Yeah, now it's working. Dear colleagues, 5 years after the Lisbon Treaty, I think that the focus at that time was on one of the biggest European policies, that of enlargement, on conditionality. Now I'm afraid the focus is much more on postponement. And the repeated request to fight this kind of status quo in Europe, I think, should mean something. There is a deep anxiety and alienation when enlargement is discussed in European Parliament, in the national parliaments, and there is a deep anxiety as well when it is discussed in our countries. So why not to bring our opinion of our parliaments in the way of enlargement before coming to the decisions as those that will affect our future in the process? I dare to call this sentiment a dangerous one for the countries under enlargement policy. Enlargement is not and should not be considered a problematic policy and should be kept as a measurable one. I would call you all not to think on what the EU gains by postponing membership of the new countries, but instead of what we all lose by that approach. The ability to advance is in the interest of our countries and our responsibility. On the other hand, measurable results and outcomes should not come under meaningless obligations and fears, and the process still needs to be credible. So I would say interaction, which means faith between us, communication, which means hope, synergy, which means common, measurable decisions. This is of our utmost importance, and I think is of utmost importance for the EU institutions as well. Anything else in this process is worse than delusion. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Mr. Vyskupic, Slovakia.
Ďakujem za slovo.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I have two basic remarks regarding this process of, it's like interinstitutional table tennis between the European Parliament and national parliaments. The European Parliament or the national parliaments are facing the same challenge, and when we talk about the broader context, we have to talk about living the institutional crisis. We are in a crisis of elites or representative democracies, and therefore I'm saying that we are in the same boat, whether we are in the European Parliament or the national parliaments. It is important to have a binding deadline to deal with this institutional problem, and this is why I welcome the initiative of Mr. Timmermans, who was saying it's not a process, it's the content. And this is a problem where the evaluation is important. And I would probably have a suggestion for the prioritization. If each legislative initiative or each legal standard had to be evaluated from the point of view of creating jobs or dealing with the huge problem of unemployment. And my second remark, several colleagues have already mentioned TTIP, and TTIP is important in this context because this is not the right scenario of cooperation between the Council, the Commission, the Parliament, the European Parliament, the national parliaments, because whether it's the transparent adoption or whether, as Mrs. Hübner was saying, whether it's about involving the public through citizens' initiative, under the pressure of public opinion, the process had to be made more transparent. Thank you.
Grazie.
You? Mr. Tekeloglu from Turkey.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, first of all, I want to congratulate Italian friends for a very successful presidency. Second, I am sure that Latvia will also have a very good, very successful presidency. It's for sure that the Treaty of Lisbon has been a major milestone in strengthening democracy and governance in the EU. We welcome the increased legislative powers of the European Parliament and expanding role of national parliaments in decision-making. The last European Parliament election was the first elections held after the Lisbon Treaty, and the new Parliament had a significant role in responsibility of electing the new President of the European Commission. In parallel to the European Parliament elections, we had local elections and presidential election in Turkey. The first directly elected President, Mr. Erdogan, declared this year as the has reiterated its commitment to the EU accessions. We want to join the Union since this is a choice for democracy. Therefore, we will be backing up all the efforts for increased representation, accountability, and transparency in the EU. Thank you.
Grazie. Signor Mayer, Austria.
Thank you. Mr. Mayer from Austria.
Danke, Herr Vorsitzender.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. Yes, we are for strengthening of proportionality and subsidiarity. The instruments that we now have in order to scrutinize subsidiarity are sufficient, but they should be improved, we think. I have a few proposals to make with respect to the legislative and lawmaking process. We think that the national parliaments should indeed be given the opportunity to do a subsidiarity check of the expected final draft of new pieces of legislation. Subsidiary checks should be carried out in a more streamlined and substantial fashion. At the moment, often it takes 3 to 6 months to do so, which is much too long. And obviously, on the other hand, the 8-month period of time, which has been mentioned a couple of times, is often not long enough in order to carry out a really correct subsidiarity check. Just one more thing about the delegated acts, if I may. The delegated acts, of course, are a problem which is mentioned time and again, and certainly recently. And often this is a process which really doesn't make much sense and has been completely exaggerated in the recent past. It should, in future, I don't think that we should use the excuse of the delegated act instead of actually writing a good law. Thank you very much. Congratulations, and we wish you success.
Signor.
Thank you. Mr. Canas, Portugal.
Muito obrigado. A possibilidade.
Thank you. The possibility that national parliaments can cooperate in implementing the principle of subsidiarity is very important. The Portuguese Parliament has been very active in this area. I, however, believe that this opportunity should be improved. It is an opportunity which does not fit in with the most natural functions of a national parliament. A legal principle like subsidiarity or proportionality is essentially the responsibility of a court. I think that the real function of a parliament is to take part in the policy debate and to discuss content, and therefore it is important that national parliaments have a function in this area, perhaps by extending political initiative taken up by President Barroso other ways, but this is a natural function of national parliaments. Mr. Blacha from Slovakia.
Thank you. As regards the cooperation with the European Commission, I would appreciate more flexibility. As a chair of Slovakian committee, I sent the invitation letter to the Trade Commissioner de Gucht in March this year. He to come to our committee to discuss TTIP. He replied that he can come in October, 4 months after the European elections. Now, ironically, he is not in the position, so I need to send new letter to Mrs. Malmström. This is the beautiful image of the perfect cooperation between the national committees and the European Commission. So I don't want to be skeptical, but with such an attitude, there is not a good chance that national parliaments will adopt TTIP. And TTIP, it will be the mixed treaty. So European Commission needs the approval, final approval, not only from the European Parliament, but also from the national parliaments. And I really appreciate the Dutch initiative that we can be involved in this process. And I think we should be much more respected by the Commission. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. And Ms. Cigane from Latvia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Timmermans, in your introduction of your speech, you were mentioning Poland and said, described to what extent Poland has really benefited from the membership in the European Union. I have to say that the same goes for my home country, Latvia, which has seen a 20% growth in our GDP over the 10 years we've been members. So the benefit is really huge there. I liked your analysis of the necessary cooperation between national parliaments and the institutions of European Union. And I would like to refer to what Mr. Angel referred to as an experience of Luxembourg in holding hearing on TTIP. TTIP was mentioned here several times, many times actually, and some accused it of being non-transparent. And indeed, a lot of stereotypes are being floated around as regards to TTIP. My question is, how can the Commission help national parliaments to discuss it more thoroughly? Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. And the last speaker on the list. We've managed to have everybody speak. Mr. Legins of Latvia.
Look, I don't want to be the devil's advocate, but I think that all this talk about lack of distrust of the European Union institutions, well, isn't that also a reflection actually of the distrust of our own peoples towards our own national governments and our national parliaments? I think we have to be honest with ourselves, but we're trying to put the blame game goes to the European Union and not to our own parliaments. And then, in addition, I think that, well, have we really told our people how the European Union works? I mean, actually here, everybody in this room takes part in the mandates given to the governments and the ministers in adopting the directives and the regulations of the European Union. And if you explain this to the people, they say, well, then the European Union is not to blame, you're to blame, you know, and so on. And in addition, can we make it more user-friendly? I mean, elections to the European Union. I mean, 5 years ago, we had a turnout of over 60% for the European elections because they were combined with the municipal elections. It was user-friendly. Drop below 40%. Next year, if we combine them, I bet we will get up to 70%.
Grazie. Allora.
So now we'll turn to comments and replies from the keynote speakers, and we'll take the reverse order of speech. In any case, we'll leave it up to the speakers. Mr. Angel will start then.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. J'aimerais tout d'abord répondre à une.
Firstly, I just want to respond to my colleague Philip Muth from Belgium, who underlined 3 points. He underlined the importance of Europol and Eurojust to also deal with the issue of the data protection. You're completely right. It's crucial. That is why we as national parliaments are inviting our representatives from Eurojust and Europol every year when we have their activity report to come to our parliaments so that we can have dialogue with them, and then later on we organise meetings with the press so that public opinion also know what takes place in these institutions, in Eurojust and Europol.
Mr. René, he informed us about how well the Dutch delegation is preparing their presidency here of COSAC, and we will be together in the Troika and that. So I'm really willing to work together with you as a Luxembourg Parliament, and I'm looking forward to that. And I really agree when you say to be more effective, we have to be more active. Dann möchte ich meinem deutschen Kollegen Friedrich antworten.
Then I'd like to answer my German colleague Friedrich. He appealed for us to make the TTIP a mixed agreement, and the Slovak colleague also referred to this. I have to say, as a parliamentarian, I was very disappointed with the response that we got from the Council to the letter that we sent as COSAC delegation to Brussels. I was very disappointed that we didn't get a clear yes as an answer. Obviously, I can understand that they have to wait what the outcome of TTIP is going to be and then say it's going to be a mixed agreement or not. But for the Council to tell us that, well, the South Korean agreement contains some things that referred to individual countries and therefore it had to be ratified individually. But with respect to the trade agreements with Peru and Colombia and so forth, there was actually nothing special there, and nevertheless, it was still a mixed agreement, and therefore I would have thought, in this case, Brussels would have told us clearly that, yes, in this case, this is the agreement you were going to get. That would have been very good for us and very good for our relations to the public as well. And as last point,
I appreciated our Albanian colleague, Mrs. Bregu, if I understood well, and I think she's right when she said that enlargement is not a problematic policy, but a measurable one. And this is also a message that we as national parliamentarians have to pass over to our general public when they discuss enlargement with us and when they have questions and when they have sometimes fear. We have to inform them and tell them that also as national parliaments we read these progress reports, we discuss about that. And it's always a pleasure to welcome delegation of candidate countries in our national parliaments to discuss with them, and then later also put them together with the press so that there is a broad information in our publics about the countries which are candidates and about the conditions, and that the entrance ticket to the European Union is not a cheap one but a very expensive one, and that these countries have to make a lot of efforts. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people just think we're just opening the door and we let everybody in, and that's not true. So therefore, I was very pleased with your intervention. And then last but not least, our Latvian colleague, I can only share what he said. First of all, the two Latvian colleagues, I can only share what they said. I can only encourage you to organize a hearing on TTIP. It's fantastic. You need time, you need a lot of nerves, because you hear a lot of things which you know are not true. And also on the transparency issue, the European institution, the European Commission, does not have a Facebook page or a Twitter page on the TTIP. They have thousands of pages on their website on information of TTIP. And a lot of people don't know that there is so much information. And sometimes I wish that national parliaments would have as much information on the internet and be so open than the European institutions, and we can only as national parliaments also learn from that. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Grazie. Prego.
Thank you. Lord Bosworth, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. There are many questions to which I would like to make reference. No. I'm sorry for my voice. I'm sorry.
Lei dopo.
You're afterwards, please. Thank you.
Well, it's nice that we're talking in the same terms as the European Parliament, and that's what it should be about. Can I just say first, I think this debate has been characterized, for all the number of interventions, by a degree of common purpose and a degree of common understanding. And this applies at two levels. One, it's becoming understood by COSAC that we have some technical problems in relation to the subsidiarity check and the yellow card procedure, and many technical issues like our proper consideration of very important issues like European Public Prosecutor's Office or TTIP. And we need to work very hard on that. But I think the second level, and the main impression I have of this debate, is that people are aware of the outside context, where there is a very difficult political situation. And whether people blame Europe or whether they blame their national government, they have something to complain about. They really do. And we need to find answers together for that. And that's why I'm encouraged by the fact that nobody has really set out on a distinctive path saying we can do this and nobody else matters. And I'm particularly pleased that we've had Frans Timmermans here responding from the Commission, clearly anxious to engage in dialogue with us. And we then have to match our offer to his offer of dialogue and to the active involvement of the European Parliament as well. We have to find the best way of working through these very complex situations. So I'd like to leave you very simply with one thought. There have suggestions come, and were embodied in that letter from our Danish colleagues, that we should have a working group. I don't know how this should finally be constituted, but what I'm quite convinced by this stage of the proceedings is we need to get on with this. We do not need to delay it. We have to make an early decision as to how we are to take this forward, and then we can do the technical details. They will follow. But until we've actually taken that first step, we've made no effective progress, and I think our electorates would require us to do so. So I'm going to close very simply with the words of a very famous British Prime Minister who used to put on the top of his instructions to his ministers, "Action this day." And that's what I want to see. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Ubner.
Thank you. I was just hoping to speak twice, but it didn't work. Thank you very much. Sorry for my voice. I hope I will not lose it before I end the reaction to the comments. I think they were wonderful comments and a lot of extremely good questions. And I would like to start with the German colleague who I want to defend the trialogues, because I've been myself chairing for over the last years probably hundreds of trialogues on different issues. And I can tell you that this is a process where really a lot of things which are important for democratic legitimacy come to the table, and we have those discussions, a lot of opinions, a lot of new approaches to what has been put on the table by the Commission, and then also agreed with a lot of difficulties among the Member States, and only then we can really have a final version which I think is much better fits all the challenges that we have. And the cohesion policy is an example of these successful trialogues where we adjusted the policy. It is much more user-friendly and responsive to the European citizens. My second comment is related to TTIP, because I think it is becoming one of the biggest challenges that we are facing, all the institutions, all the Member States. And I would like to say that we very often just slice it into pieces, and a lot of interests, sectoral interests, groups' interests come to the surface, and they are all raising creating negative attitude to the TTIP. Behind all those slices of important interests, there is a huge strategic importance of this agreement, because if we don't get together, the Western civilization, the Americans and the Europeans, if we don't get together and if we don't agree on common standards, on common regulatory approaches, then in 10 years from now we will all have to adjust the standards which will be put on the table and globally used by the colleagues coming from other Chinese or Indonesia or Latin America without asking us. So I think we have to understand this. We have to do more, and I'm sure Commissioner Timmermans will say about the recent approach of the Commission. We have to do more for transparency. We in the Parliament have a lot of meetings. Also, your governments have regular briefings, because there is a special group which is established for this. So please also be more open to what is already available, but certainly we have to do more, because it looks like people were mentioning that it might be a mixed agreement, and for today we don't have also majority in the European Parliament, so we all have a work to do, but I think it's worth doing. So much on TTIP. Then I would also like to say that we have the role of national parliaments. It's not only COSAC or what we are doing with the Commission on the early warning mechanism and the yellow card. We have with you a lot of meetings. There's every committee in the Parliament has established links with specific committees coming from your chambers or your parliaments. We have annual meetings. Every committee has an annual meeting with its corresponding national parliaments bodies. We have also huge cooperation also on European semester and all those issues related to European semester. So there is a lot of opportunities that can be used. And if I would like to say something, is that also in your parliaments, it is a broader base for working in Europe for Europe, not only European, sorry for saying this, not only European affairs committees, but a lot of very specific sectoral committees. And I can imagine that you also work together. I fully agree with the Danish colleague that we should have more cooperation in practical terms. The commissioners should go. We also expect that commissioners will go to parliaments. There's no reason for rapporteurs in the parliament not to go to national parliaments. I think early sort of European policy choices can certainly benefit from this early stage scrutiny of what is on the agenda. So I think we have to work together on this, and we can do it. On the treaty changes, have less changes through the secondary law. I think we all respect the law, and there is a tribunal as well, and we don't introduce through secondary law the changes that belong to the treaties. The challenge is that when there was no during the crisis, there was no agreement, unanimity between the member states. We started this thing which we don't like in European Parliament, which is reaching out to intergovernmental agreements. But at least some of them, ESM, should be incorporated into fiscal compact. Should be incorporated into the treaty. But There are changes which require treaty, and there are changes which do not require a treaty. Many colleagues were mentioning this issue of the anti-systemic, anti-democratic forces, which added now to their agenda also anti-Europe sentiments and policies and actions. And I think this is a very serious challenge for all of us. And I also think that there is a role of national parliament, because today it's mostly policies which are made in Brussels, but politics is made at home still in national level, and very often under the control of the anti-European forces. So there is, I think, a job for you to be done. Another German colleague asked about the banking union, all those new things that emerged in the Eurozone governance, where there is this legitimacy there. And I would like to tell you that everything that the Parliament was doing in the negotiations of all the regulations, starting with six-pack, two-pack, and then through banking union, it's always about increasing the parliamentary scrutiny, about opening this process also to democratic procedures. We have been for many months to get a memorandum of understanding with European Central Bank, so that we also can, on behalf of citizens, have impact on what the institution, which does not have direct legitimacy, will be doing. I would like to speak on heterogeneity on Eurozone, but there is, I understand, no time. But we are not good in coping with heterogeneity in Europe. That's absolutely a fact of life.
Grazie. E ora l'intervento.
Thank you. And now we'll have a speech from Vice Commissioner Timmermans.
And I fully understand I'm the only thing standing in between you and lunch, so I'll be very, very brief. But I also want to be slightly provocative so that we have something to talk about next time we meet, and not just say that we all agree and let's sing Kumbaya and go to lunch. So I think there's still a lot we need to do. And I want to respond to some of the things you've said. What struck me is that very few of you mentioned the Council as a player in this, as though it's just between us, national parliaments, and the European Parliament. I think you should take your governments to task on this as well, because they are the prime targets of your activity in your day-to-day work. And they are the executive when they're in your capitals. Once they leave your capital and come to Brussels, they transform into a legislative power in the Council. And at that stage, what they do there, they do on your behalf. So if you say we don't have enough information, I'm willing to provide any information I can. And incidentally, on the Commission work programme, as soon as it is finished, and we've taken a decision as a Commission and we'll send it to national governments, we'll send it to you as well. I have no problem with that. But don't forget that much of what we're doing is also because Council wants it that way. And if people here challenge the issue of trilogue, it's not a bilog, it's a trilogue. The Council is in there as well. So talk to your national governments if you're dissatisfied with a trilogue procedure as well. It's not just the Commission you can address on that. But I'm willing to take that on board. If we can prevent trilogues from happening, I'll certainly try and see how we can make sure that we don't need them. But very often, we simply need them. The same applies to delegated acts and implementing acts. I'd love to get rid of the whole comitology thing. It's become incredibly complicated, and you need at least 2 PhDs to understand how it works. But it's also very often a simple consequence of how we legislate with the institutions, including the Council. And then Parliament wants more of one type because European Parliament has more influence on that, and the Council wants more of the other type because it gives them more influence. So, I've put it on the table, I've put it on the agenda for discussion in the General Affairs Council. I'm open to this discussion. I'm willing to look at it and trying to improve it, but please put some pressure also on the Member States. Incidentally, if we want the system to work, we should put less of everything that is done on the agenda of the European Council, but should try and revitalize the Council as an institution of the European Union, and especially the General Affairs Council, which has sort of been left out of the whole thing because because of emergency measures that the European Council needed to take, the General Affairs Council should again be put in that position. That is how the treaty was intended to function. On transparency, as of today, I think the most far-reaching transparency rules apply on the activities of the Commission. Every single commissioner now will have to declare publicly every meeting she or he has. And people who are not part of national governments or regional or local governments and want to see a commissioner will have to be on the list of people. They have to declare their interest, etc., before they can even talk to a commissioner. Just to give you a few examples, we've taken really a step forward, this new commission, in transparency. But here again, let me be slightly provocative. I would love for the European Parliament and the Council to follow suit along the same lines. The same Parliament that has been putting pressure on me to do more, when I say, couldn't you do the same, they are angry with me because they say, we are democratically elected, we don't have to do this. We have a political mandate. Well, don't I have a political, doesn't the Commission have a political mandate? Why couldn't the Parliament follow suit and also declare interest of people who they meet with? Parliament is a very important player in the legislative process, so I think people have a right to know who is being able to influence decision-making. So I think in transparency, the Commission will be your partner, but I think, you know, it's up to also the other institutions to make a step forward. And I would gladly work on that also with national parliaments. Now, this debate about legitimacy, whether national parliaments are more legitimate than the European Parliament, I mean, from an institutional point of view, that's nonsense, of course. All were elected directly by European citizens. There is, however, a problem in terms of demos. There is a national demos of national citizens who recognize the political decision-making at a national level in their national institutions. Whereas there is no European, or there's lacking European demos today that recognizes us, the Commission or the European Parliament, as their institutions to a degree that we would like. That is one of the reasons we need to work more closely together. I think the public deserve to know what we do and why we do it, and that we do it on their behalf. And this applies both to the European Parliament and to the European Commission. But we need your help, not a confrontation with national parliaments. We need to work together on this. If we don't achieve a better public perception of all institutions will fail. Also national parliaments, in bringing about a better understanding for what Europe is all about. Now, I spoke earlier about fundamental rights. Now, I would like to say to those who are now arguing that, you know, we could do this better on a national level, we could get rid of treaties or courts, etc. The very idea that an individual European citizen would have access to a court that is beyond his or her member state, if all the national procedures have been used, is another British Prime Minister who came up with this idea. It's Winston Churchill's idea, and it's very much at the heart of how we prevent collectively the mistakes of the past, where the rule of law was easily brushed aside, even on the basis of a democratic mandate, from that to prevent from happening again. The rule of law and the acceptance of the rule of law goes beyond the majority plus one that decides whether this should be applicable or not. And I urge all of you to make a strong case for the importance of the rule of your law in your member states. This is much more than just the majority plus one decides what is the rule of law and what isn't. And this is part of the most painful elements of our European history. And may I remind you that it's only 25 years ago that in half of Europe the rule of law was something that existed on paper, but not one single citizen could apply to have that rule of law applicated to them. And I believe that if some now argue that we could do without a European rule of law, they should understand that this will be misused in other parts of Europe outside of the European Union to actually withdraw the most fundamental rights from individual citizens that are now slowly being applied. Another thing that I found surprising is that many of you do not refer to the global challenges we are facing. Do you think individually as member states we would be stronger facing Putin or facing what is happening in the Arab world today? I think not. I think here 500 million Europeans need European integration. They need us to be strong together. They need us to be united in reacting to that response. They need us to show to Mr. Putin that he cannot determine the fate of other Europeans. And in that sense, those blue flags with yellow stars on Maidan Square have nothing to do with the European Commission, have nothing to do with the European Parliament or other institutions. They have to do with a commitment of other European citizens outside of the European Union to European values. We're talking about values. The right to choose your own life, the right to choose your own future, the right to give your children more opportunity. That is what Europe is all about, and that is what should be reflected in our debates and should also be part of how we structure our future work. Please bring the outside challenges and the outside world into the debate, because that is what drives us to stick together and look for common European solutions. Now, on the Commission work programme, I've made the remarks I want to do. On the Troika, there was a question about the Troika and Greece. This question is put to me very, very often indeed. But the choice of Greece to work with the Troika is a sovereign choice of the Greek nation and the Greek government. It is not something that is imposed on them by an outside power they cannot control. So I would very much want to point to that. And if there are problems with fundamental rights and violations of fundamental rights, there are European institutions, including the European Commission, that will take that into account and look into that. There is no doubt about that. My final point to you today is this. I am your man if we need to improve the way we work together in the next couple of years. I think it is a very, very urgent matter indeed. We need to bring European cooperation closer to European citizens. And it can only work if we have a common purpose between national parliaments, European Parliament, Commission and Council. May I reiterate that? And it will only work if we have very clear priorities, not an immense amount of subjects that need to be discussed. And here again, we need to be more critical of how we have operated in the past, and the Commission will certainly do this. There is this two things, and I'll close on that, two things I really want to warn about. First of all is this attitude which I've encountered a lot, that says, you leave me alone with all my ideas, I'll leave you alone and we'll make a huge Christmas tree and that will be all our priorities in Europe. We have to intervene in this. And we have to be very critical of each other. Does Europe really need to do this? If not, let's drop it. And the second issue is this. Let's work also on a national level together to create a reality check on a number of issues. And I refer specifically to TTIP. TTIP is about much more than trade. TTIP is about two parts of this world which have an increasingly smaller part in the world's business, but which do share fundamental values they do not necessarily share with the rest of the world. These values will be under scrutiny and under attack from other parts of the world. The relationship we want to develop with the United States is based primarily on shared values. And if we accept that as a premise, we can then look at problematic elements in our TTIP negotiations. This can be, for instance, do we need an ISDS? I challenge everyone to give me one example of where an ISDS went wrong in the past, but leaving this apart. Do we need this ISDS? I'd say no, so let's look at it, let's negotiate and come up with something that everybody can agree upon. And let's go through all the elements. Transparency. The Commission has now created the highest level on transparency in terms of international negotiations that we've ever had on TTIP. But let's also take the responsibility to dispel the increasing number of idiotic myths that are being spread on what TTIP is and what TTIP could be, as though this would lead to scares as to who's running the country, etc., and that foreign companies are going to be running the country, etc. Let's be very, very businesslike about this and analyze it very precisely indeed. And finally, let's also try and see it in the context of a global challenge we face of a global challenge to our values that we need to defend. I really liked the Pope's speech to the European Parliament last week, and I really admired him. But I am more optimistic than sometimes I thought I could hear the Pope speak. What we have done for 500 million people together as Europeans is create the highest level of individual rights and liberty that this continent has ever seen. To protect this, to make sure that our children have the same in the future, is the primary objective of our cooperation. Not to create stronger institutions, not to be self-serving, but to do something that will serve the interest of our children and grandchildren. Thank you very much.
Bene, grazie, Vice.
Thank you, Vice President Timmermans. We've finished the first part of our work. From now until lunch, we won't have any more speeches. We will have the group photo, so please remain in the hall so that we can have our traditional group photo. If there are a lot of us, then we're going to have to try to all come together here in the middle without any accidents. At 3 o'clock, we will resume our meeting. Thank you.